stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the VFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
Maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were not a member of the Antioch Fire Department, correct?
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So you'd go out and fight fires?
We can go on ride-alongs, but we can't go into burning buildings for liability reasons.
You'd go out there and you'd save people from burning buildings?
Not me personally.
Because as a cadet, they would never let you anywhere near that, right?
They wouldn't let any of the cadets go into an actual live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is, you weren't actually going to be an official firefighter, were you?
No, it's to help prepare you for the firefighter academy, firefighter EMT academy.
And you weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
You know that to be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16, and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that class, but in Illinois, you can.
You never did any of that?
No, I was online school.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it just because it didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult.
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
No.
You indicated that you were working at the Recplex and had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March?
Yes.
And you
The judge does freak out here in just a second. I just want to start the show with it.
August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I couldn't. I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so. Till August 24th, I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got?
And you were a lifeguard?
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool, correct?
A rescue tube, yes.
Okay. So, but that was at the indoor pool at the Recplex?
It was at the indoor.
All right, the judge is about to start unleashing the fury on these fuckers, so just hang tight, gang. I wanted to start the show with this today.
So they've got a water park area with a slide and a zero-entry pool, is that right?
Yes.
And then next to that, they've got a larger, almost Olympic-sized pool where swim meets happen.
50-meter competition pool divided in half to make it a 25.
Okay, and you were lifeguarding at both of those?
I would rotate. We had rotations, and me and other guards, we would do we had three-person shifts.
What up, Rock?
Out watching the different
Rock
areas
says
of
hello.
our zones.
You indicated that at no time did this gun, this AR-15,
Brothel offers
ever
free
leave
entry
Wisconsin.
to
Is that
encourage
right?
Other than
vaccination.
the night after, other than that.
Did you hear
Before
that?
shootings.
Correct.
There was a time, though, where you wanted to have it with you down in Illinois.
Man.
It wasn't there?
Well, that cat's not
There
nice.
was a time when me and Dominic
Thank you,
were
though.
mad at each other.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
She's
You were mad at Dominic,
Me and Dominic were mad over something.
and you wanted to have the gun with you down
No,
there?
this
I think I said
right
something
here,
along
this
those
is a
lines.
fucking burnt marshmallow.
You'd
Cat.
agree with me that...
looks poured out.
Let me back up for a second here. You have testified to this jury that you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gage Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th,
Oh
correct?
man.
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those four people, correct?
Yes.
And you
I hate this
are
fucking kid, dude. I won't lie.
telling this
I don't
jury
like Kyle
that
Rittenhouse.
it was, in your mind,
Fucking in the wrong.
justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well,
Used to work
I
with
wasn't
a-
using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself. So.
Used to work with a fake ass EMT 17-year-old kid who was like, you know, basically he would role play that he's in the fucking military, but he's never gonna be in the military.
Deadly force.
Fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. He cries fucking
Correct.
way out, dude.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd
a
agree
good
with
day.
me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from tipping over a porta potty, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop
Yeah,
someone
Prime Section 8
from
probably would have
lighting
drummed right out.
a
Exactly. This
flatbed
kid's.
trailer on fire,
I don't
correct?
like him.
Correct.
I don't like Kyle
You'd agree
Rittenhouse
with me
as a
that
person.
You can't use deadly force to
I just
stop
don't like
someone
this
who's
level
about
of
to start an
bro-ness.
unoccupied car on fire.
Normally.
Correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire. Correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property. Correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please. Please don't talk about the case.
Got a wee bit of a chill. All right, this judge is about to flip the fuck out. He loses his fucking cool on everybody, dude.
All right, we are following two very high-profile trials for you this week. We have been monitoring the murder trial of Ahmaud Arbery in Brunswick, Georgia.
Either forgetting
I'm going to
court's
pause for a
rulings
moment because
or attempting to provoke
She was just
a
trying to fill
mistrial
dead
in
air.
this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Finger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open. This-
For me, not for you.
Oh.
My understanding of
You
your...
should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
Get him.
I mean,
Get him, Judge. Get him.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed
forgive
any
me.
motions to reconsider
Forgive
in this
me.
case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that.
Yeah.
And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because, in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. Yeah, that's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed. Even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time, you should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that
Get him, Judge. Exactly, Arianthi. Get him.
To the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example,
I would be filing to get the judge thrown off the case.
Evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants.
Scott says in the chat.
That person was on a car.
Word.
On the car
Word.
slot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record, if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay. He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that.
Yeah.
I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property.
He didn't have the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. May I
respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said.
Slow down, please.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So, to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this
Happy Days doesn't like guns.
One aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the
I'm not a
jury is
big
being
fan
told
myself, Happy
because
Days.
of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So, with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting with the defendant.
He wasn't there to
use
protect
his
shit, and the judge
mere
knows it
verbal
now.
Threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling, because I thought your ruling was if the evidence in this case made that more relevant, you would admit it, or at least consider it an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant said earlier, about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent,
Personally, I don't think anyone but military
self-defense
personnel should
is
have
the
an
core of this case.
AR-15.
That was
Like,
the
why do
basis
you need
for
a
my
gun like
motion.
that?
You were strongly inclined against it. I
Or just 'cause it
understand
looks
that.
cool.
But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm
interested
to
on everyone
impeach
else's
the
opinion on
defendant
that.
on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call...
His statements to Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching.
Your Honor, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's.
To address Happy Days in the chat, I too have some gun-related PTSD just from my background. I don't like them being around. I like people playing with them and shit. I feel you there. I feel you there. Just thought I'd agree with you, Happy Days. Again, everybody let me know what you feel about guns in the chat. It seems like we got a couple people who... Not a big fan. I'm from a rural area where sometimes a high capacity, bigger gun is genuinely helpful because of herds of wild animals. And I know that was a joke on 4chan for a while, like a guy needs a gun for the pack of 50 hogs, but like 2 days later, a pack of hogs killed a girl. So it just depends on where you're at, in my opinion, I'd like to introduce Exhibit A, a proper example, a very good example of a proper bong hit. Thank you.
I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions.
I only do that
Please
shit
stop.
real, boy.
And
It's
he
Wednesday.
did.
It's hump day.
He
You gotta
knows if you're gonna
burn
go
one
into
today.
something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking
Yeah, because
about
Zimmy
his
sure does have a different
attitudes.
look on guns.
His
Yeah.
attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because, to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me.
Don't get brazen with me, young
know
man.
Very well. You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one. Number two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity.
Well, this judge is over it.
between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters.
Yeah,
And
bitch,
the
I wish I had
incidents
a
in
bright
these
pink
cases,
rocket
which
launcher, but
are
I don't.
not- There's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities. Wigmore and evidence. Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. It's the prior act has to bear the signature of the accused.
Yeah, this is happening
Or it
right
has
now,
to
Happy
be so
Days.
similar as to suggest
We're behind a few minutes because I wanted
common
to
plan or
rewind to
something
the
like
freak
that.
out.
You have
But
an incident where he's making
only about 10 minutes behind,
comments
probably.
about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous
I also like to give space to pause so we can talk and discuss what's going on with some of these live streams too. So sometimes you'll see me do that Happy Days where we're actually here on MURKradio probably about 5-10 minutes behind the actual live stream. But it's, got to give that pause time, baby. We're an open forum. We're an open mic. So, anybody wants to come and comment on any of this, come on in the Discord, baby.
Yes, actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense.
Don't introduce
that's for the jury to decide.
I would
But I don't
be
say the
thrown out of
similarity.
this court
I
for my
said it
mustache
couldn't come
today.
in, and it
doesn't want to act right.
isn't coming in. No matter what you think. Number two.
Yeah, he's
I
living.
have to be concerned that
This might get fucking thrown
with
out.
what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that would have been an issue.
What up, Christy?
So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please.
Yeah, he does need to hold it together. Like, for real. Yeah, I'm excited to hear what Jameson has to say about this shit show, because this one was fucking... This was a blow-up, dude. The prosecuting attorney really stepped over the line.
Just when you thought you couldn't get any more emotion after seeing Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand breaking down when he talked about,
Tell me about it, girl.
pulling the trigger on one of the men who died in those protests
Tell
in
me about it,
Kenosha,
lady.
Wisconsin. The drama in this courtroom is, to use the judge's word, pretty much astonishing. You've got a judge who is very angry with the prosecution, saying that he's going over the line. He's pushing it over the line with regard to respect to the court. You can see the judge, after basically chewing out the prosecution there, sitting back and regaining his thoughts. You saw defense attorneys raising up their hands, saying it's just not true when it comes to what the prosecution is trying to lay out here with regard to their client, Kyle Rittenhouse, why he bought that gun, why he chose a certain type of a gun over another. Did he understand the gun laws? Did he know when he could use deadly force or not? But the judge
He's just cracking me up this
law.
morning.
The
You dared her up my
prosecution
courtroom with
behaved
coughing?
himself as the court
This isn't
reporter
Dab
as
City.
well, stressed out, saying, could you just slow down so I can get this
Hey,
all
Squidward, I hope you're
correct?"
doing good too, my
We're trying to
bud.
do the same thing. Let's listen in as court resumes.
My buddy.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before. Is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until
We're back
about
into the
7 p.m.?
questioning, bitches.
I couldn't give you an exact
I hate
time,
this
but I'd
fucking
say
kid,
I got
dude.
off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay, so the rest of the time it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time, I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you
Squidward,
drove
this is
from your
live.
home
We're a
and
few
you
minutes
to the
behind the
Recplex
live
to work
stream,
that
but
day?
for comments'
yes, to be
sake,
able
but
to
yeah,
get to
this is
work.
live.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house.
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Objection to this.
What are you objecting to?
I'll move on.
He's driving around without a license, dude.
So
Let
you
him fucking
drove to
build
Mr.
his
Black's
narrative.
house, you left your car there,
Yes.
and you spent the night at his house.
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther. Is that right?
We spent the night at his house and had dinner, woke up in the morning, had breakfast. We were going through social media.
I'd bet his. I'd hate this fucking kid, dude.
And we saw the car store, so we decided to go downtown.
Nervous, but still on a pedestal
And
of
you
privilege.
came
You can
down
just
in,
tell by the way he's
Dominic's
sitting
car.
and speaking.
Correct.
I don't like him.
And you
Breakfast.
said that there was a time in which you were cleaning
Breakfast.
graffiti at Ruther.
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the
Christy,
timeline here,
Christy.
that you went to and you were practicing with the gun up there.
Christy, you have heard of this. This is Kyle Rittenhouse. It's snowing where you're at, Squidward? That's fucking nuts. But yeah, no, Christy, this is Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And
It's his
you,
cross-examination.
Dominic, would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as, what, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I was about, I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
Oh, damn, Happy Days. You working on a stack of dishes, huh?
Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did
Yeah, who
that.
was he looking at for an
You
answer
were
there?
aware of the fact that the AR-15 was
Yeah,
capable
love you, Christy.
of hitting targets much further away than you to the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know?
No,
the
he knows how
capabilities
far he
of
can
your own
shoot. I'm
weapon?
sure he boasts about it. Come on.
I knew that.
You're boasting about being a
He could
fake
shoot,
firefighter
yeah.
earlier, kid.
I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
Did you personally purchase that .223 full metal jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were 223 full metal jackets.
Squidward, you're
The
hilarious.
first time I shot it, I had to load it into the magazine.
Look, I have the windows open. It's so
you
beautiful here today.
knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
Believe a bullet's a bullet.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do different things to
See, this is starting to piss me off. This kid motherfucking knows. He knows all about motherfucking firearms. And so yeah, he can tell you everything about being a fake ass firefighter cadet with a plastic badge pretending he's saving people. And he can roleplay every other aspect of being in the military. But now that he's in court, he can't tell you fucking anything about guns. Are you winding me up? I want to shake. I want to put my whole hand in Kyle's mouth. I won't lie, guys.
a animal
And I hope I said that and he's a minor. Fuck it. Come after me, YouTube. I'm on one today.
or a human.
I ate the same thing that judge ate this morning, bitches. Lunesta. I'm kidding.
Than full metal jacket bullets, correct?
Yeah. Full Metal Jacket is a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use Full Metal Jacket for hunting, and Hollow Point is something
Yeah, pissing in
that
jail.
causes
I woke
more
up,
damage.
took my Lipitor, put my tie on, and said I'm gonna start
Hollow
some
point
shit
bullets are
today.
designed to hit the animal that they're being shot at. Let's say a deer, for example, and explode inside that body. Correct?
Damn, Happy Days. Snow. That's
No,
crazy.
I don't think so.
When you say explode, are you saying expand or explode? Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
I don't think people use Hollow Point.
Oh shit,
That was
Lux
my
is
question,
here.
sir. What is
She's
your
watching from work.
understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point bullets in their pistols to defend themselves against other people, correct?
Yes.
Took my
Ryan
Lipitor, I'm
Walsh,
ready
for
to start some shit.
Testified in this trial.
Put my
that
whole
he
hand
was
in this kid's
carrying a
mouth.
Pistol loaded with hollow point ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So, what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition would do to a human?
I believe it would do the same thing as any other bullet.
Outside of
Like I
other
said, a
ball
bullet's
at.
a
I
bullet.
fucking hate this kid.
I just believe Hollow
I was a
Point's-
firefighter.
I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
Fucking
So you
liar.
didn't know the difference between what a full metal jacket
He's a
bullet
fucking
would
liar,
do
dude.
versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a Hollow Point I just don't know much about this.
I normally
I
let
believe
my
a Hollow Point
mom
would
do
cause
my
more
ammunition
damage.
because it's hard to load.
to the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
full metal jacket bullet
I hate this
is
fucking
specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying, correct?
Yeah, exactly,
First
Ari
of all,
He knew all about this shit. I bet you can find videos of him explaining it too.
Hollow point
This kid.
is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, which is, so what you said was not correct. Secondly,
There's no testimony on that, Your Honor.
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what Mr. We're going to take a break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. We'll see you, let's hope, at about 12:45.
We're gonna do those two 12:45.
Oh, I've got a couple of hearings at 12:45. Lengthy. Let's say 1 o'clock.
Oh shit.
I apologize for taking time away from you.
They're not gonna be back till damn near 2 o'clock my time. Damn. Well, gang. We got the Discord open. I wanted to start with that. What up, Erica? What up, Justin? Man. John Doe, I am assuming most people have a bias whichever way based on political leaning / news sources. I mean, I think it goes a little beyond that at this point. I mean...
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. I think this kid is just... it got nothing to do with fucking political party. For me, anyway. But again, I can't speak for everybody. I know that I just don't fucking like this kid. I know a bunch of privileged ass white fake ass fucking future Marines. The kind of kid when you meet him and they're like, my name is Kyle and I'm gonna be a Marine one day. Like, dude, fuck off. Dude, I fucking don't like you. Like, I'm not hanging out with you. Why am I not allowed to come in the bathroom while you guys are in here? Because we're smoking weed and you're a fucking narc, dude. That's why. Man, how about that? Fucking narc ass kid vibes, dude. I don't like this fucking kid. If I was a kid, if I was his peer, I fucking would have bopped this kid's fucking head around at school the moment I knew he didn't have a gun. I'll be honest with you. But yeah, oh my gosh. My mom loves my ammunition. I don't know that much about like ammunition, but I'm a firefighter. Dude, I fucking hate this kid. I can't do it. I can't do it. With Rittenhouse. Go back a little bit too, because I believe this cross-examination starts with the defense speaking to him. Yes, is a cross-examination, so I believe they both have time to speak. Let's see what we got here.
Wendy in the chat wants like a quick synopsis about the case.
Not familiar with the case. Break it down, please. Wendy Holcomb. A kid went and I refer you to the previous video. Kyle, I don't know really where to start. It's kind of one of these things that's been a shit showcase in the news for a minute. So every news outlet's talking about it today. Kyle Rittenhouse is a shitty underage vigilante who shot 2 people to death and is now on trial for it.
I'll type it in the chat for her.
Yeah, I don't know really how to start. I don't really have a coalesced run. I wasn't necessarily expecting that today. I'm like, it's kind of like, you know, who's Donald Trump? I'm like, you're watching the news, right?
Of your screen, another high-stakes case. Kyle Rittenhouse, who's been called to take the stand now. The prosecution resting its case yesterday after calling 22 witnesses to the stand. You'll remember Kyle Rittenhouse faces counts of
this is where the shit starts. He's getting cross-examined
for shooting 3 men during the violent protest back
talking
in
over this
August
shit.
of 2020. 2 people died.
Yes.
What?
There's
I was
a rundown
police
right there.
explorer
Bam.
for Grays Lake Police Department, and I was a firefighter.
News always
I
comes in
worked
clutch
at
when people
Antioch
ask in the
Fire
chat. I'm
Department.
like, I
Did you
don't
have
know how to
any
word
training
it.
in,
I know, it's hard to give it
say
without
anything-
opinion
anything
too.
like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Well, this is definitely one of those. It's hard for me to give without bias, especially after hearing this kid's testimony today. Like, I had a certain level of like, you know, host stability with this one until this, and I was like, oh fuck this kid.
Basic life support.
Okay.
I
Did you see the drone footage that the jury watched?
Hold up. Is that what they're about to, did they do that today?
COVID-19 pandemic, and
I don't
working at the
know.
Rittenhouse in Pleasant Prairie.
Because I saw them going through some footage that they were showing.
Now, in relationship.
Hot.
Tuesday.
Did you repeat what Mr. English
They watched it.
anyone else?
But you can see the whole flipping thing.
Really? Hold up. Let me look up the Kyle Rittenhouse while we're on a break on the trial.
All right, I'm a director at
Yeah, you could just put in like jury watches drone footage of Kyle or something to that effect.
2020, approximately.
New footage of the Kyle Rittenhouse
This
case.
new high-definition
Here we
drone
go.
video
Here's
zoomed
it.
in and slowed down by a forensic
I mean, it doesn't get any
specialist
black or
shows
white
Kyle
than that.
Rittenhouse wheeling around and shooting Joseph Rosenbaum at close range. It's unclear whether Rosenbaum was grabbing
Rittenhouse is a
Rittenhouse's
former
gun
police
or
youth
trying to
cadet.
swat it away.
Yeah, he's like a fucking, he role plays as a cop, dude. He's one of those kids on TikTok, like talking some Call of Duty nonsense, dude.
I didn't know that. Here you go, Wendy. Post it for you.
Yeah.
Following the police shooting of Jacob Blake in August of 2020. Prosecutors have tried to portray Rittenhouse as an aggressor who was
There you
looking
go.
for
Thank you,
trouble.
Christy.
But at times, especially during cross-examination, the witnesses bolstered Rittenhouse's claim of self-defense.
It wasn't
Boom.
until you
Perfect,
pointed
Christy.
your gun at him, advanced on
Yay!
him, your gun
And she says she didn't know.
Oh, yeah.
that he fired.
She knows.
Correct.
Does satisfy the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth?
Today, the defense called as its first witness a man who said he went to the protest that night at the request of the owners of a car dealership to protect the building. He says he saw Rittenhouse shortly after the shootings.
He repeats, I just shot someone over and over, and I believe at some point he did say he had to shoot someone.
Also today, the judge dismissed one of the
No
7
problem,
charges
Wendy.
against Rittenhouse
I had to
for
look too.
violation.
I was like, I knew of it, but I didn't really follow it.
Normally, people with an interest in guns have an interest in ammunition. I definitely think Kyle was full of shit in his testimony earlier.
Hello. He's like a little kid cop in training. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's on the narc junior squad, dude. Like, he's a varsity narc. Like, I can't even. Like, yeah, he absolutely was living this shit.
That's like saying a mechanic doesn't know about model cars or something. Like, what? Like, you obviously know the make and model of, like, I don't know.
Could you imagine your fucking mechanic saying, well, I don't know much about bolts. I'm only 17. Like, the fuck? Like, you're lying. You're lying. You know about fucking bolts, motherfucker. You know about bullets.
Ugh.
You know about ammunition. You know all about that shit. And I bet you there's a deleted TikTok account where he's fucking, again, talking some Call of Duty nonsense, dressing like he's in military garb and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's one of those. He's one of those
like
cats.
yelling on Discord, like.
I was running a maintenance team one time, and we hired a kid who was basically, I mean, you might as well call him Blonde Kyle. Like, I had on my team one time a Blonde Kyle Rittenhouse, and this fucking narc-ass little kid, dude, thought he was an EMT. He wasn't. Was gonna be him. Like, you ask him, like, hey, what's what are you up to? And it's like, somehow the conversation will always go to, I'm watching footage of firefighters, and I'm working to become a firefighter. And it's like, motherfucker, I meant, what are you doing this evening? You know what I mean? Like, he's like, no, that. I'm watching footage of firefighters. I'm gonna be a firefighter. And if there's more riots, I'll shoot people. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck, dude? Like, these little fucking little mini Hitlers, dude. I can't take it. I don't like that little narc-ass behavior. I don't understand how a kid gets there, and I 100% blame the dude's parents. This kid's still, you can tell in his posture, if you go back a little bit in the testimony from today, you can tell in his posture and the way he's answering, he's coming at things from a place of fucking privilege with his
like
stupid
fucking
screw
and the judge having to actually halt
Yeah.
court so he could.
If anyone believes Kyle's little tears, I swear to baby Jesus. Exactly, Jameson, my thoughts exactly. He's a fucking...
When I read that, I read it, if anyone believes little baby Kyle's tears. So.
Yeah, well, look at him. Even in his posture, you can tell he's sitting up there. Number one, 13 going on 43.
Smith's house.
I could roast him personally all day, but I just don't believe his bullshit.
Once we parked at
Not knowing about ammunition and shit. There's just no way.
to the car source 1, cutting through the Ruther Center.
So he shot him 4 times.
Lives on the same street of.
He lives within walking distance from here?
Yes.
No, it's not a death penalty case. I don't know.
Yes.
It happened in Wisconsin. I don't think Wisconsin puts people to death anymore, do they?
By that across the street.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't think Wisconsin does. I might be wrong about that, though.
Yes.
Okay. When you first got to car source 2, the one at 59th and Sheridan, what happened?
Rittenhouse lawyers have said that he acted in self-defense. Suggested he fired his rifle would be a... What?
Well, and then you have the testimony from the guy the other day with the gauged out ears and the shaggy hair who got shot in the bicep.
And then he said.
Yeah.
He, I guess, basically confirmed on the fucking stand that he did point his gun at fucking Rittenhouse.
I don't recall exactly.
Like, verbally. People are clipping it to hell. People are saying this is where the trial fucking ended, was days ago. But, again, he hadn't been I'm waiting to hear from Kyle to actually full on, like, give a show to this. I've been waiting for, like, his cross-examination and shit, because...
Okay, but you didn't...
Huh?
You didn't go there. You didn't go there with guns and a first aid kit, blah, 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 with the intention of not using your gun if you have to.
And now we have testimony, too, that everybody who they said that had asked them to be there or was going to pay them to be there did not. That was a lie. They did not go there to protect property. They were in public spaces being vigilantes. Like, that's confirmed. Like, there's no fucking question about that anymore. Like, I like that that's off the table. Some people believe that shit.
You don't think that they would be like, oh, I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm going to say I didn't tell these kids to come?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe that did happen, but either way, that's just not how policing works. Like, that's just not how policing works. They probably said it if they did, maybe they did, but, like, here's a photo of him with the people. Yeah. That's him with the owner, but again, the owner says there was no cash handoff, and there's no actual proof of it. What he claimed initially of like being invited there. I think, like, I do think some of what's happening here is business owners are like, hey, people with guns, I'm not gonna start shit. I'm gonna hide and keep my shit.
Then you get that
locked
other kid with the glasses, and he's like, oh, I was chilling up on the rooftop with my rifle, and it's like, he was like, well, I don't know who was talking to him, but someone was talking to him in court, and they're like, well, were you going to shoot it? No? Well, what were you going to do if stuff got out of hand? Well, I don't know. Like, come on.
Bullshit, dude. You were going to shoot people. You were there to be a vigilante. But you don't consider yourself a vigilante because you think you're Cop Junior. But a riot doesn't need the fucking Paw Patrol, son. Okay?
Always on the double.
Always on the double, baby.
Kyle is on the case.
Yeah. I can't think of a single violent confrontation in American history that needed the Paw Patrol. So
Debbie.
These fuckers shouldn't have been there.
The other individuals in this photograph, some of whom have testified in this trial.
I want to see more action.
Sean says we have the right to defend ourselves against enemies, foreign and domestic. Yeah.
Had you ever spoken to any of them?
Dude didn't shoot his enemies. You also don't have the right to just declare enemies out of everybody on the street and start shooting at people. No matter what they're fucking doing. Especially if they're not harming you. Oh, prevents Rittenhouse from receiving the death penalty. Okay, yeah, see, Roper v. Simon. I thought Simmons. I thought so. I thought Wisconsin didn't do the death penalty anymore. Not for situations like this, anyway. I think you have to be like a straight Dahmer, right? I think even then they're going to put you in general population now. You know?
I mean, as much as, like, the idea of, like, vengeance and all that, sometimes, you know, you can get really, like, overwhelmed emotionally. I don't think that would ever, for me, like, solve an issue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again,
You know?
like any the defense that this guy had, he put himself in danger. You know what I'm saying? Like, we would all, if we were all sitting around a table right now, and we knew a dude that went to fucking Compton with a full fucking, you know, bandolier setup and got gunned down, we'd be like, yeah, that's what fucking happens.
You're asking for it. Yep.
Yeah, Paw Patrol over here went to a fucking riot. To help. Like, that's not, again, this is not
Right.
protecting
And that
yourself.
shit was-
Yeah.
That was all over the TV.
Yeah.
It was brewing. Everyone in every fucking city was talking about it.
Yeah.
You know, people were like, you could see, at least in Boston, like you could see people on camera calling other people, and then cars pulling up and dropping off kids and kids and kids.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, come on.
Yeah.
Like, just say I got carried away with the bullshit. Like, just say it.
And to respond to kill the bank, no, I'm not going to be there. You're not going to see me with a gun getting chased, fucking pretending to protect people like that. I'm not a fucking cop. I'm not Narc Junior. I'm not on the Paw Patrol, baby. I'm not going to be there doing that.
Yeah, I can make
I
a
have
stand
no
for a
reason
Black
for people
Lives
to fucking
Matter
chase me.
in 100 other ways.
Yeah.
You know, there's 100 other ways that I could try participate in that movement without that kind of
Exactly.
behavior.
Oh, exactly. I mean, look, even if I'm not, I mean, participate in a movement, it's like, which one are you talking about? The one that turned into a riot, or the one that's a fucking, you know, from a racist, weird, white privilege place? Because I hated both sides of that situation. Honestly, I thought they both got out of control really fucking fast, and I wouldn't have shown up to what ended up being riots,
no, I didn't
you know?
participate. I was just saying, if there was something that I felt hell-bent on, you know, saying, like, this is how I feel, and da-da-da, like, there's 100 other ways I could go about it.
Yeah.
That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
No, I still...
Yeah, and like Jameson says, it's really not as simple as you think he acted in self-defense. Self-defense is very narrowly defined in criminal law. It's very different from the general populist concept.
Yeah, I think you have to actually feel like you are going to lose your life. Like, I think it has to be...
Yeah.
And the person has to be able to overpower you. Like...
Yeah. Oh, kill the bank real quick. I'll shoot somebody that's entering my home because I'm allowed to here, and I keep a firearm.
Oh, no. We're talking about punks that...
Kyle was in a parking lot at a Costco being Paw Patrol, dude. Like, that's a completely different situation. No, I killed a fucking... I've absolutely shot... I have shot at people that have tried to break into my home and ran them off. Like, I'm from Arkansas, homeboy. Stay strapped or get clapped. But I'm not Paw Patrol going to a fucking riot. You know what I'm saying? That's fucking laughable at best, kill. I like your company, though, homie.
Use the pointer.
For sure.
No, defend your home. This kid wasn't defending his home. He went miles away from his home.
You can't kill if it was possible you could...
Have fired warning shots, for example. Exactly, Jameson. And had a reasonable... Look, in Arkansas, even if someone breaks into your home, if you have a reasonable means of exit, they could potentially catch you for manslaughter. Now, they're probably not. An Arkansas judge, you gun someone down in your home, you're fine. You're probably going to be fine. Especially if you can prove they fucking broke in. If it's a bunch of broken glass and then a dead body in it, that's a whole different thing for an Arkansas judge, right? But
it also depends on where the entry point of the wound is.
The entry point of the wound too, if you go below the waist, that's not attempted murder. In Arkansas for sure.
Oh, I didn't know that.
In a lot of metropolitan areas, if you've shot someone below the waist, I believe you can get a good defense attorney that can get you away from attempted murder, where you can kind of say, no, that was a warning shot at the leg kind of thing. Yeah. Now, you know, but again, like, I'm somebody who absolutely is anti-gun prohibition. I am for people owning guns. I think it's stupid to try to put a cap on something that people can make out of dirt. Like, I've seen Filipino kids make guns out of the most raw of materials. People are going to get them. So this isn't a gun issue to me. This is a fucking idiot kid issue to me. These fucking honkies raised a whole fucking new batch of honkies that went and did a bunch of stupid honky shit. And I hope he gets in trouble for it because it's illegal. Like, you know.
Yeah, I was taught to handle guns and to never point them at people by age 5.
Exactly,
Literally,
same.
by age 5.
By age 5, where we're from, like, again, like, I personally get a little shook. I've had situations, I've had friends die, I've had criminal things happen in my past that make me uncomfortable with firearms, people playing with them around me. I don't like it. But I'll shoot the fuck out of you if you break into my shit or try to harm my family. Like, you know, that's a whole different situation. That's not what this kid did. He's not Homeland Security, he's not National Guard, he's not even a real firefighter. He has a plastic badge that if it was to actually get wet from him putting out a fire with a fire hose, the stickers would fall off. Like, he's a fucking kid. Like, he had no business being there. Yeah, if he's not convicted, he should get help. No matter what you think of him, he clearly has anger issues and trouble with impulse control. That's from Jameson, and I agree with that, Jameson. He clearly does have impulse control issues, and I think his family has impulse control issues. If I had to gamble, I'd say that mom for sure. Maybe the dad doesn't, but he needs to fucking speak the fuck up and say, hey, maybe don't drive my baby boy to a fucking riot.
John Doe wants to know, how is one supposed to react to being attacked or someone pointing a gun at them? That's not what we're saying.
That's not what we're talking about.
He went looking for a fight. He went... I'll let Mark take it away, or Jay. Or
how do you react when somebody goes to fucking, you know, a fucking crack house that they know is full of fucking guns, fully armed and ready to start a fight? Like... You know, I look at the person who fucking showed up looking to get guns pointed at him like a fucking asshole. Like, you're an asshole. Like, dude came strapped and they escalated it. Not that it even needed escalating.
Jameson says, legally you're expected to use as much force to save your life. Nothing more, John.
Yeah. As much force as necessary to save your life. And again, most places, I don't know about Wisconsin, but if you have a way to flee, you are expected to flee. I know that even in Arkansas, even if it's in your own home, if you had a way to escape or a place to get safe and you've shot somebody fucking aggressively, you might catch a manslaughter charge. So again, that's just the legal black and white of that situation, in my opinion. Like, you need to, you know... Yeah, Wisconsin law accounts for that, says Jameson. I thought they would zigzag away fast. See, in an open parking lot, yeah, again, but, you know, return fire.
I think I read an article a while back. I'll try to find it just for shits and giggles, and I'll put it in Discord. But somebody broke in to someone's house and, like, was hiding up in the attic, and, like, he fell through the top, like, fell through the floor on the attic, and the guy who lived there shot him, and he got charged.
Oh yeah.
He's like, you didn't have to shoot him, you could have done blah blah blah, and that was the end of that. So I mean, I don't know, I'll find it, see if I can get more detail. But I was kind of shocked because I was like, but he's in that motherfucker's house. But I guess that's how it worked.
Yeah. But you know, I'm in an open carry state, so you know, I haven't had anything violent happen to me here, and it's a metropolis, so I'm pretty fortunate in that, and I think that a big part of the lack of actual on-the-ground violent crime I've witnessed, I haven't even seen someone get their ass whooped in the alley out back. And I feel like if I was in New York or New Jersey, I would have already seen that shit at least 3 times. Someone just getting their ass...
They're all fucking doped up to care.
yeah. Around here, nobody really, even when it's a midsummer meth season, there's no...
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It seems like in the summer, all these desert freaks do fucking dope, and then in the fall time, all the heroin rolls in, so now everyone's asleep. But,
oh my god.
Oh yeah, you look out my back alley, it's just fucking, there'll probably be 2 people asleep right now.
Just I've never heard somebody like equate it to like seasons.
Oh yeah. Well, and it is. It's drug trade, right? So I know a little bit about that. I know what is. We also had big stuff go down in Afghanistan recently, and it's really funny. Like a week after the shit we pulled out of Afghanistan, a bunch of heroin showed up on the street. Isn't that weird?
What a coinky dink.
Yeah. The incel lord of MAGA. That's exactly, Guardy, it's exactly how this motherfucker vibes to me. Like, he's mad he can't get laid. That's what he should be worrying about at that age. Getting laid, going to parties, passing his fucking tests. Not being emboldened by what I'm assuming is familial connections into, joining a fucking riot on the white nationalist side.
Did you do anything in retaliation?
I'll tell you right now, if you're a new viewer, I'm never going to be on the white nationalist side. I'm not a white nationalist.
Did there come an occasion where you had
I'm a Jewish dude, so
There was.
and before
they're burning crosses in my yard. I'm not going to be on your team. I grew up in Arkansas, homie, like pretty close to Harrison. We have to keep our menorah hidden, so I'll never be on this kid's side, you know what I mean?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Like there's no defense to me. Like even if it gets dismissed or there's a mistrial, I still hold firm the moment this kid is of legal age and in a place that I can, I'll put my hand in his mouth.
Jameson's thinking about the George Zimmerman.
It is a lot like the George Zimmerman case, I think, Jameson. Well, there's some noticeable differences in my opinion, Jameson, okay? So, like, Zimmerman was also, like, here's the similarities that I think are notable. Zimmerman was emboldened by his weird, tight-knit, good old boys community to act the way he did, in my opinion. And, yeah. Oh, Happy Days got snow officially. Ooh, it started. Damn. I could go get a tan today.
Where the hell are these people at? Oh, it's like 70 here. I have the windows open. Like, I'm in shorts.
Yeah.
Kind of weird for November, but...
Yeah, even Jameson's on the same kind of train as me. Like, Rittenhouse will always be guilty to me. Like, there's no... Rittenhouse and his parents are fucking pieces of shit, I think. Like I said earlier in the week, gang, it's gonna be trigger warning. I might be calling people pieces of shit this week. I might be on one.
I'm kind of feeling the same this week, too.
Yeah, I might be on one. I ain't got no patience for some of these fucking... slobbermouth, goddamn incel white privilege cats, dude. I ain't got the fucking. I calls it like I sees it.
Look at this kid's facial expressions. Oh my god.
He should be worried about his next shipment of Accutane and his fucking report card. Not, you know what I mean? Not going to a fucking riot. These parents failed tremendously. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, a couple people were talking in chat about the mom. What do we know about the mom? Because I don't know anything really about her.
That's where I hear he got most of the gumption to do shit, or like that's what I heard, that she was very influential in the situation. Hold on.
Yeah, the only thing that I heard was, and it was from the kid who was with him, another kid, that like when they went back to the house, mom was like, "Oh my god, let's go, we'll get you on the run."
Yeah.
Like she was trying to get him to like not turn himself in, basically. But that's all I heard, and that's from the kid. So I don't know.
Look at this lady. Look, I almost guarantee this lady would go on and on about her genetic purity, but I want you to look at this built like a milk dud fucking bottom of the can of Pringles motherfucker. Hold on. This is her defending Kyle.
Oof, you're feisty this week.
I'm on one. I preheated the oven, guys. We're at a solid 425, and we're ready to make a fucking turkey.
Kyle Rittenhouse charged with first-degree intentional
Gobble, gobble.
homicide, which
Gobble, gobble, motherfuckers.
Oh,
you see me? I'm even talking to the haters.
style rifle, killing 2 of them during
He's mouth breathing.
He didn't do nothing wrong. He was attacked.
They see me
The
trolling.
shootings happened back in
He was
August
attacked
during
by
the
a
arrest
mob
of
that he went to.
by Kenosha police.
He went
Yeah,
to the
I'm
mob.
gonna check that because I heard she drove him too, but then I heard the brother drove him and left. So I'm gonna check on.
Look, I'm not calling it fucking sexual assault when a dog's in heat and goes and shakes its ass on the fucking fence and then gets sexed. Like, yeah. Oh, Resolin Plug says, what? Did she really say he did nothing wrong? Yeah, she did multiple times to multiple news sources when this shit first happened. Hold on, again, I just thought I'd play it because we were wondering about his mom. Because I think, again, a lot of this
The last text I
shit
sent
comes from...
It was like, where are you at? Are you okay?
Yeah. Let's watch.
And he said, yes, I'm okay, doing medic. That was like...
She looks like, what's his
11:30.
name?
And I fell asleep.
No, she looks like that lady from Poltergeist.
Oh, yeah, the psychic lady.
We had to go find him.
Yeah.
Going to hell.
No, I bought backstage
I
passes.
didn't
It's
say
cool.
anything bad. I didn't say anything bad. I just said she looks like her.
There's no hell in this cult, guys.
He had already shot and killed
Hello, I'm new here.
Welcome,
Welcome.
Welcome, Reslin.
before firing his AR-15
Yay.
again.
If you want to hop in the Discord, here, let me...
I believe the prosecution screwed up too a couple different times, Sean. Earlier, we witnessed them kind of screwing up.
He had the Blue Lives Matter shirts.
I agree with Sean on that.
You know, he respected them. You know, he's respected the law enforcement.
Hey, I'm gonna
Miss
pause for a
Rittenhouse pushing
second.
blame on city
He didn't
and
respect
state
the law
leaders.
enforcement. He
She said,
mystified
"Let
law
the
enforcement.
situation
He wanted to be, he looked at them like they were fucking, you know, cowboy. Like he was gonna be a cowboy, baby. Like, fuck this kid. This kid's like fucking role-playing Call of Duty fucking shit on TikTok. He's one of those kids. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, he's got the Nerf gun and the fucking vest and he's like, I can't with this kid.
Get out of control.
This footage too, where it's like, look, if you're getting chased by a mob, get chased by a mob. Don't run back at them. What are you doing? Well, we went here to Big Dog on turf that's not ours. Where I'm from, that gets your ass fucking clapped. I don't care if there's a riot or not. You know what I'm saying? You know, just pull up. I mean, again, like, let's say there wasn't a fucking riot there and they just showed up with guns and got chased by a mob. Yeah, you fucking idiot. It's not your fucking hood, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, he crossed state line, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's another thing, like...
Bitch, you cross state lines to do it. You know damn well you shouldn't be there. It's not even your state. It's not even the college ball you're fucking rooting for. You fucking kidding me? You hopping down to a whole different fucking team, not even in your conference, and you're fighting for that shit? Dude, you're not defending shit. You're trying to start shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no fucking way.
When I picture him like that little boy from Up in his little Boy Scout uniform out there.
Yeah, yeah.
I have no idea why.
Yeah, it's because he was a baby. It's because he was a baby out there with I'm assuming some dumbass racist backwater at home. Like,
such a good movie, but anyway.
She looks like Paul. What is his name? Oh man, is it Newman? The dude from Phantom of the Paradise. No one's gonna know that film. God damn it! Did an episode of Dexter's Lab.
Jameson said he only went like 10 minutes across the line. But still, he doesn't live in that state. It's just a little weird, but yeah, 10 minutes. Okay. He was looking for action then. That just further proves he was looking to go find the action.
Still not your ball team. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not your hood, dude. You can't.
Like, I'm not going to hop over to Rhode Island and start riding. Like, I'm not doing it.
No. Red Sox and Mets fans? Could you imagine being like in Red Sox gear showing up to some Mets shit? Like, you guys being cool? You guys being fucking cool? Like, the fuck, dude? You're trying to start some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you... Or maybe I got sports teams wrong. But anyway, you fucking...
Yeah, it's Red Sox and Yankees, but I totally knew what you were fucking saying. They are brutal.
Brutal. Yeah, they'll fucking fight each other, dude. Like, they'll fight each other. Again, this is just one... That's a smaller example of fucking tribalism, but also an example of what this kid fucking did. Like, you know, who's the inflammatory one here? The riot that's already inflamed, or the dude showing up to fucking stoke it?
Patriots fans too, I will say, like,
Patriots fans are fucking hardcore.
Even if they're wrong, like, they're not wrong. And they will just fight and fucking cause mayhem and lots of riots. Trust me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
Fans of the Philadelphia Eagles, you know? Fans of the Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
The Eagles. The people from Philly call them the Eagles. Like, yeah, I like the Eagles. That's their accent. They can't say eagle. They say eagle. It's adorable. But yeah, that's you. Yeah, I've seen Philadelphia people tear shit the fuck up. Like,
oh, Discord does not work. Did I put the wrong link? I'm sorry. I'm not very good at it.
oh yeah, hey, the Discord, the Discord link sometimes. Yeah, hopefully, if you want to get it, I'll try to hit the invite later and just drop the invite link into the thing. Just the raw ass Discord link. This fucking mom though. I'm gonna grab another bong rip. If you got him, smoke him, guys, while we watch her defend this fucking.
Well, this is new at 5. WGN is speaking with the mother of the Illinois
This
teen
shit-ass
charged with
kid.
shooting and killing 2 protesters in Kenosha. Kyle Rittenhouse is right now awaiting trial in a Wisconsin jail.
Yeah, his mother doesn't know how he got the gun, but says he did shoot in self-defense. And WGN's Patrick Elwood spoke with her and is now live in Vernon Hills with more. Patrick?
Ray and Micah, good evening to you. Wendy Rittenhouse says she has moved her family from Antioch.
Of course you can come talk to me, Reslin.
Death threats
Yeah, I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get
her case in the court.
So I don't have actual access to the chat sometimes. You know.
I got it. I think.
Oh.
Invite. It's an invite copied. Is that the right thing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool. I got you, person. I don't know if you're a girl or a guy or both. Or...
Oh, yeah.
I got you.
Joseph Rosenbaum.
Erica's got you. It's happening.
Wounding a third. Gage.
It's going down.
Being in jail.
Sean's puffing on
Wendy wishes her son
blueberry
had been
muffin.
there for the protesters. She said
Blueberry.
had officials in Wisconsin stopped the looting as soon as
I
it started,
think mine's
it would be an entirely different reality.
It's the
wedding
governor
cake?
of Wisconsin and the mayor of Kenosha.
Or Gorilla
should've
Glue,
stepped up.
something
Wendy
like that.
says Kyle and a friend
Perfect.
originally had
There we
gone to
go.
help clean
That's
up
the
a
actual
Kenosha
link.
auto dealer.
I done did it. I'm such a troglodyte.
Vandalized after the police shooting of 29-year-old Jacob Blake.
Good job and everything. You know, you're cleaning up the
This shit, let's
She said
start
she
a
knew
riot.
nothing of
It's a
the
good song
gun that
though.
had been given to him by that friend.
Yeah.
As the night wore on,
You know
he
what I'm
told his
talking
mom he was sticking
Look at you,
around to
look at
help
this
if
idiot.
anybody got hurt.
I texted him earlier.
Idiot fucking kid in
before
his
I went to
boots.
bed, seeing where he's at. And all I
Running
got
at
was,
shit.
I'm okay, Mom.
Running into a riot like he's gonna fucking
And
help.
when asked if her
The
son
idiot
should have
fucking
had
face.
the AR-15 style
I
gun
texted
in
him
the
earlier
first place,
before.
Everybody has a right to protest.
Yes.
Everyone has a right
Yeah.
to counter-protest.
Where he at?
Yeah.
The issue that some people
Yeah,
have
sorry,
here
Crypto. You walked into a
is
room
if
full of
someone
fuck
was down
Kyle.
there with a gun.
And everybody else, what I saw in video, had guns too.
What were we just talking about wearing the wrong sports
You know
gear?
what?
Bitch, he walked in Yankee shit. We're all Red Sox
Okay, we
fans.
still love you though. We still love
was
you.
armed.
They're like, the
But she claims
what?
Kyle was acting in self-defense after Grosskreutz of Racine.
I guess a lot of other channels are like on his team, and I don't understand why. Like,
Yeah.
do they have a brain?
Oh man, when a motherfucking dude walks in pumping McGregor up, but it's like, you know it's Mayweather. Like, you know Mayweather's gonna win. Like, and the whole barbershop knows Mayweather's gonna win. So you're like, you can come here talking about the Irish dude that doesn't even fight the same fucking fight? He gonna fucking win? He's gonna fucking win? Sorry, I like when people get sports heated.
Almost $2 million has been
Okay.
raised for his defense by individuals
I don't know
and
what this
conservative
is.
groups.
I bought a $400 bong for my wife, yeah, that I knew she wouldn't like, so she gave it to me. Thanks, wife, Sean.
Dude, why do husbands do that shit? My husband's like, oh, hey, I got you this amazing laptop. And I'm like, okay. And then he uses it like 99% of the time. I was like, so was
Yeah.
it for me or was it for you?
Well, we get that blowjob and we get that free thing. and yes, we bought it, but now it's free and a blowjob. Like, somehow it's become the male lions are the most useless. They have no navigational sense. They don't hunt. They bring unwanted attention to the pride. We do what we can.
Sneaky, sneaky.
We do what we can.
Did they get it? I think they got it.
Oh heck yeah!
Bro, this case is so fucking stupid.
It is a crazy case. I still can't believe that it actually like has made it this fucking big. And again, I think it's made it this long and this big, and it's still this fucking divisive and heated because of how bad the prosecution's been.
It's all one-sided.
Yeah. Yeah.
So wait, I have a quick question. Why isn't the fucking mother on the stand? She has lied to the press. She's lied to everybody. So why isn't she like being prosecuted at all?
I know. Well, I think we'll probably see things in civil court show up
It's
on
not
her.
illegal to lie to the press.
Yeah.
But her statement was completely lied about, and then she was also like, she also helped her son run away.
Yeah, she's also complicit in him fleeing the scene, which again I think is something that. But I guess he's not actually in trouble for how he left. He's in trouble for what he did, which is, you know, sometimes in an illegal situation that does actually play into it. So somehow she's been found completely not fucking culpable for the acts of her son, and that's fucking bullshit to me.
Jameson says how it works is they will handle this case first, and then they'll look at the mother if there's anything they can prosecute her for. If
This kid isn't gonna go to jail. This kid, if I'm gonna tell you this, if this kid goes free, Wisconsin's gonna go all hell. I used to live in Chicago. I used to like see this kid all the time.
So you know what we're talking about too, when we're talking about like you don't go fucking into the you don't go into you don't just go into a fucking riot acting like you're gonna be the fucking cop. Like you don't just go into a fucking, you know, what is it, Red Sox fucking bar dressed in Yankees gear. Like
you wouldn't go, even though there's two teams in Chicago, the Sox and the Chicago Cubs. You don't go to the South Side with Cubs gear.
Yeah.
But this kid, like, dude, when I used to play football, and this kid used to like go to the games, and this kid, like, I'm not even kidding, he looks like that type of person.
I like kind of have his character type fucking pinned after hearing him talk about, like, he's straight up asked by the prosecuting attorney, "Are you a firefighter?" And he says, "Yeah." And they're like, "Well, are you 18? Can you even be a fighter?" He's like, "Well, I'm a cadet." And it's like, "Bitch, you have a plastic badge with a sticker on it. You're not a fucking firefighter. You're not a cop. You're not a military person." Like, you know what I mean? He's one of those that goes around like kind of role playing or cosplaying military shit, probably on TikTok and shit.
Just fucking Call of Duty, bro.
Yeah,
he just again.
Exactly, thinking he's defending the fucking motherland, and it's like, bitch, all you did was go to a Costco parking lot and shoot people. Like you did. That's not defending shit.
Dude, there's these YouTubers, 8 lawyers on one fucking YouTube live talking about this case. I'm like, if you were a mother, would you let your 17-year-old son in the middle of the fucking night go and shoot 2 people?
Nope, I wouldn't even if they didn't have guns, I would say you have no business being down there. Get your ass back.
Not your hood, homie. That's not even the ball team you fucking fight for, dude. No.
Even if it was my town, there's no way in hell. I'd be like, you're not coming out of this house. Like, no friggin' way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know they're on lunch, but dude, if again, this is all one-sided. So I see this court case ending today, and then I don't understand why the fuck he's walking free. Like, dude, I would be shitting myself, like, not leaving my house.
Yeah. Queen Lux makes a really good point. Like, these programs, like this cadet program he was in, did probably drill it into his head that you're not just a cadet, you are a firefighter. What's funny is now none of these services are going to want him.
No.
The armed services, fucking firefighter, fucking cop, he's probably not going to be any of those.
He's ruined his life.
And fucking good.
No, he's a fucking loose cannon.
And fucking good, because now we kind of see, too, we'll see a whole generation of kids that probably would have genuinely become fucking cops. And we see how they are. We see, you know what I mean? We see the weird, dumb tribalism bullshit. Like, we see the weird Nazi shit. Like, I'm glad that motherfucker's never going to be a cop. I'm glad. Like,
yeah.
That's
I
one
can't
less
wait
one of those.
Like, I know they're on lunch right now. They probably have what? They probably have like 20 minutes left. 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're coming back at like, I thought it was going to be closer to 2 o'clock my time, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off.
It's 12:43. They come back at 1:00.
Oh shit. Okay.
I thought they were coming back at 2.
No, I think it's an hour and a half lunch, or is it a 2-hour lunch? Son?
Oh, I did the time differential wrong. I'm in a different time zone than them, so I don't have daylight savings, so I'm fucking confused as shit. I forgot daylight savings happened for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm in the desert. We don't do that shit. Here we go.
Wood from a fallen tree in his yard, and he saw.
Okay. I'll just keep this on ABC News for a bit, just in case it pops back in. Because again, that judge got fucking heated.
Offer millions for a movie deal. What?
Do you think he will get offered millions for a movie deal? Sean, I mean, if the Trumpers on that new Trump platform manage to make a fucking movie platform, probably, I'm sure there's probably also like smaller Christian studios that might offer it, might take the offer, but I guarantee no major fucking motion picture company is going to buy the rights to his story, even if he's found innocent as shit.
All the fucking criminal lawyers are like, oh, we're on his side. We're on his side because he did right. He did free Kyle. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Oh, fuck that. Yeah, well, criminal defense attorneys, that's their job. And they're also, like, they're playing to a crowd. Like, you're going to notice a difference in our numbers. And it's going to be because I am anti-Kyle. Like,
dude, this is what I'm looking for. People that are so fucking, like, they're like, oh, he did good for us, da-da-da, he's a hero. Like, no, he's not. Like, if this kid was black or Mexican, this trial would be over. This kid would be sentenced to life.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, most fucking people fucking know that. You know what I mean? That's what drives me nuts about the fucking white pedestal. Like, I hear it all the fucking time. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, that or like, again, we were talking about Andy Signor the other day and how he's like, I am infinitely infuriated that I heard, I don't know, but I heard he's been fucking giving a platform to other alleged predators and just predacious pieces of shit from the industry.
Yes, you're correct. I watched it, so
yeah.
it's a fact.
I fucking believe you, and fuck that. That's had me infinitely enraged. Like, dude, fuck that guy. But also, go ahead and have your fucking slice. You know what I mean? I'd like to see who all you fucking Nazi fucks are. That was the whole, in my opinion, that's my conspiracy behind the Trump administration. Was that dude...
John Doe.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, what kind of dumb statement is bringing up a race? Oh, yeah.
Because it's a fucking fact that if he wasn't a privileged white little pansy...
Yeah. He would already...
This wouldn't even be on the news, man. It would just be like...
It would have been called the Wisconsin Black Lives Matter Massacre, is what it would have fucking been called. You know what I mean? Like, they would have fucking mystified it just like the left and right are going to mystify what it actually is. And if Kyle would have been of a different race, yeah, I genuinely think it would have played out fucking differently, and it would have been,
what about
this motherfucker would be sitting in court.
What about the school shooting that the kid did in Texas? Or no, what was it, Texas?
I think so. Yeah, I think it was. Yes, the most recent one.
Yeah, the kid that brought the gun to school because he was getting bullied.
Yep. And then he took off in a car, and they had that whole shit on lockdown.
But you're telling me he was in the wrong? I mean, he's in the wrong for shooting people, but at the same time, if he was getting the help that he needed by people not, like, teachers actually listening to him, this would have never happened.
If there would have been a place for the kid to actually communicate. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that it is, again, a mental health issue, not a gun issue. That's me, though. Again, you guys are going to hear me sound fairly right-wing about that. Like, I absolutely agree with that. Like, it's, we have special guests on here all the time who, him and I have very different opinions on firearms. But we always, he's managed to help me see a side of it where there is a futility in fighting it, and what the issue is, more often than not, is a mental health issue. And Jameson, I do think it is. There are instances of it being both. There are places where it is way too fucking easy to get a gun. I think we all can agree that licensure is we all have to have a license to drive a fucking car, and those kill people. And the license is fucking shoot a gun.
Getting a gun getting a gun license is the easiest thing.
Yeah, it's easy as shit. Some people say getting a license for a car is, and I think it should be fairly easy. There just should be some level of vetting, and maybe if it's easy where you're at, maybe it should be a little harder if you think so. But that's your vote. That's not.
But greetings and hallucinations.
What was that?
I said greetings and hallucinations. It's me.
Greetings and hallucinations. What is it from Cheech and Chong's? The one where they go to Amsterdam. They don't say Donkishin. They say fucking donkey smell.
Hey, that judge in the Rittenhouse thing seems to be a little testy today, huh?
Oh, he was fired the fuck up, boy. We started the show off with that. He was mad at that prosecuting attorney, and I think in retrospect, I think he was mad at that prosecuting attorney because it's very close to hitting mistrial, and he's like, "You better fucking watch it. I'm trying to see this thing through, you fucking son of a bitch. Don't make me do your job for you. Don't make me prosecute this kid and be the judge."
He's got the cutest little accent, though. He was saying yesterday, he goes, "It'll be time to get our food." Food, you know.
Oh, yeah, they're hard northern. They're from Wisconsin, so he's got the
hot food. You know, it's time to get our hot food. It's cute, man. But yeah, he was pissed, man. Oh,
because he wants us to go to mistrial. He wants to be done with this case. Like, honestly.
I think the judge is trying to see it out. I think it's the defense that wants the mistrial, because the defense keeps standing up like, I will call for a mistrial with extreme prejudice if you do not fucking say something, judge. Like, he's stood up and said that a few times, the defense. And it's like, God damn it. If you're a judge,
the defense team is going hard, though. They're like asking him about the bullets that he used and everything. And the fucking judge is getting pissed off. Like, dude, there's a reason why he's asking.
Well, that's the prosecution. The dude in the tan suit, that's the prosecutor. The defense is the schlubby dude in the dark blue, and yeah, he's standing up and he's calling those objections to all the fucking questions about caliber.
I got to go back and watch. I got to watch the beginning of the trial because I came in just as Rittenhouse was breaking up on the stand. You know, he got pretty upset, and they called a break. And that's the last I saw. You know.
Yeah.
Well, the beginning of it is kind of stupid. Yeah. They're bringing the people that own stores. Apparently, he's lying about how much he needs for the cars. Like, dude, everybody's lying in this case. They've changed up the story multiple times.
Yeah, the Rittenhouse camp has changed it up hard, and then the prosecution is having a hard time building a narrative at all. Like, dude can barely get a statement out without an objection or earning one, like genuinely earning one.
Well, first they said nobody's ever met the guy who owns or nobody involved had met the guys who own the car lot or the gas station, whichever it was. Yeah, car lot. And then that middle-aged lady yesterday, she likes her guns, and she was saying, "Oh no, I met with him a few times." And then they said, "Oh yeah, he offered us money to watch the gas station or the car lot." But then somebody else said, "Oh no, we never even met him. We don't know who owns the place."
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And this kid goes, "Oh, I've never met the people, but Nick Saber did." Dude, so how the fuck did you know to go there?
Yeah. Yeah, I want to address John Doe in the chat real quick. They're like a racial scale of privilege, right? So you guys will hear me use the term frequently on this program, the Anglosphere, when I'm referring to the West or modernized Western civilization. So Europe all the way to America, right? The Anglosphere, and this is a fact. Everybody knows that if you are Anglican in appearance, it is easier for you in the Anglosphere. That's how tribalism works. That's how it works. Like, and, to address like the OJ, how OJ is innocent and serving all that time. It's one of those examples of like what they did with that trial was they took away his fame. Exactly. They prosecuted him as a fucking white man because that's what he had fucking built himself up as within the Anglosphere. He had an Anglican's majesty, if you will.
And are you talking about, Merk, excuse me, but are you referring to the second shit that OJ did, where he got some time behind it, where he went into the hotel
stole his
room.
own shit back. Yes, yes. So what happened? That happened after they had broken OJ's majesty. They broke his majesty. He was no longer Brentwood's OJ. Now he is Vegas's OJ.
I followed that case too. And the thing is, female lawyer who gave him, the female judge who gave him the sentence. Okay, she practically all but said, "Yeah, I'm making up for the shit you didn't get in trouble for in '95." Okay,
yeah.
I mean, her attitude was like, one way or the other, you're going to do some time. Which I don't know if that's fair, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. But I just wanted to address John, and as just to kind of explain my view on things from my experience, because I'm somebody who passes as Anglican. I am white. I'm white skin. I look like a white dude. I'm a Jewish dude of mixed ancestry. So, I got nephews that are half Latino and Latina. So, like, I don't, I understand I've seen the privilege. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen what I get and what other people don't. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen it. I've seen it from the side of somebody who gets it. Like, who has received the handout for being more Anglican than the person next to me. And I'll always think it's bullshit. I'll always call it out when I see it, and I'll always be that person.
Because, my ex is Cuban, and we had 3 kids. Okay, but the kids ended up getting. Now she has no accent. Okay, nobody would even know. You'd probably think she was Italian or maybe Jewish or something. Dark black hair, but her skin is just as white as us. Okay, and the kids now are half Cuban and half Italian, and none of them have ever had to deal with any kind of discrimination or segregation based on their race, which I find interesting, because on the other hand, I know how deeply Latino they are. Yeah. Okay, and it blows my mind. You're right.
Yeah,
I mean, because the missus, she doesn't give off any hint at all. Meanwhile, people who do, okay, like let's say your Rosie Perez's, okay, there's automatically a strike against you in some cases, and I think that's terrible.
Yeah, yeah. My brother-in-law, we comprehend Spanish, but he's straight up half Mexican. He's half Mexican, and there's been people in Spanish talk shit at us, and it's like, you think we can't fucking hear? You know what I mean? And so I've seen it, go both ways, where I've received. So like I've definitely, like, it's weird being a child of both tribes too sometimes. So those kids probably have a different form of like weird tribalism and adversity, where it's like, they'll probably grow to an age where it's like those Latino thing, that culture calls to them. That's who it's going to be, their peer group, things like that. But they might always get the occasional, you're the white boy, or you're the,
Oh, I had a buddy that was Puerto Rican and Italian, and he used to joke that, well, this way everybody can hate me.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've seen some like really unintentional kind of anti-Semitism and racism and all kinds of stuff from the Anglosphere that the Anglosphere doesn't realize is hurtful. And that's where it's problematic, is that it's hurtful. Like, nobody should feel like they have to practice their holiday, in secret. Like, and again, to answer anybody who, I forget who it was out there, I don't know if Kill is still with us, but Kill, like, also I'm a Jewish person, so I'm a never againer, never again, and I'm kind of peace, love, and heavy artillery about it. So,
right.
I understand exactly what a threat to your fucking livelihood looks like. I have multiple historical examples of it happening to my people, and I've had it happen to myself. So, just
the thing that amazes me is that with all these cases, but all these cases have to revolve around white people. But when a Mexican family gets destroyed because immigration comes into their house and separates the kids in the family, where's all that? Where's the people that are trying to stick up for that? There isn't none. Where's the riots? Where's even just people walking across the street trying to support them? There's not.
The support for the Latino and Hispanic community, has been coming from within. I used to work with an incredible staff at 2 different locations that was predominantly people who were, not fresh across the border, but have made it across the border and worked their ass off to do it legally. And those are the people fighting for the right way to do it, in my opinion.
It was nice after the George Floyd stuff that if you looked at the protesters after George Floyd, I'll call it murdered, okay? After that, the people who were in the crowds, protesting were all kinds of colors, all kinds of, and I thought that was fantastic. I mean, they were walking around, you had white, you had black, you had Latin, that's it.
America's a
No
melting
sides on-
pot. Much like my own genome. It's a melting pot. I I have traces on my maternal and paternal side that go all the way back to the Revolutionary War. On my father's side, served under General Washington. So, and my family's been here, and I'm a melting pot. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot culturally going on, even if your family has been here for a long fucking time. If not, gross, dude. Gross. You gotta be cousin fucking at some point. And we all know that I don't know, to limit genetic productivity to tribalism is just so needless and destructive in the long run, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I mean, at one point, this world is going to go to hell. So it's just time for.
I don't believe in a hell. I'm a little more optimistic than that. I think we'll figure out a way to dome it and figure it out from there. It might look bad. We might outlive the planet, but we'll still be little duplicitous, stinky mammals somewhere out there. We'll be somewhere.
Exactly.
I
mean, just like everybody's getting ready for the fucking campaign for Trump to come back. Like,
oh gosh, the QAnoners are fucking going hard on that right now.
Do we think that's the best idea?
He's not coming back. He's not coming back. He wasn't applicable to be president the first time. Again, I have a conspiracy behind this. Donald Trump was asked by the Democrats for years to run. For years. And then he becomes the Republican president. And what ends up happening? Well, he pushes really a bunch of leftist goals, things like the Music Modernization Act, which he did as an executive order really quietly, which did things like pay my liberal ass for my art. That's not a that's not a Republican executive order at all.
Well, they say he used to give money to Hillary.
Oh, he did.
Before he
did.
He did.
Isn't he?
Him and Hillary, there's no way him and Hillary did not fuck. I'm sorry for my language on here, but there's no way they did stuff.
Okay, then check this out. What happened January 6th? Everybody says it was an insurrection, right? What that was a going out party where he had his most trust funded of zealous fucking racist ass honky ass people show up and get black vanned. He just sucked up for the government infrastructure, which was about to turn blue, a whole bunch of trust funds and litigation. Like, it was a very slick move, and I think he was a crypto liberal the whole time.
Yes, he was. There's no way
he on recording saying something to the effect of, "If I were to run, I'd run Republican because they're easier to manipulate."
Yes. Yes, like that was the goal, was to make the Republican Party play their hand and get all the fucking racist out. Have you guys seen the Watchmen series on HBO?
No. Oh, definitely. Yes, no. Awesome.
So at the end of that, you know what happens with Senator Keene Jr.? Imagine, if you will, Keene Jr. is Trump, the image of Trump. That gets blown apart in front of his most zealous of racist of fucking, gets blown apart in front of Cyclops. Like, now we all know who Cyclops is, and we get the papers on Cyclops finally. Now we all know who the fucking Klan is. We all know who, you know what I mean? He was the most damaging thing to that infrastructure since, for me, I had the energy of Sweet Revenge. So, as somebody who hates the fucking Klan, hates that kind of shit, to see them support him, and then at the very end, him just throw them into a fire was fucking great.
What What is this crap the other day where a bunch of QAnoners gathered at Daly Plaza in Dallas, waiting for the return of John F. Kennedy Jr.?
Yeah. Well,
What the
QAnon
hell
is
was that?
well. It's the same thing. QAnon is making people put themselves in public and get fucking seen. Like it's this big fucking psyop. If you look at it from an outside perspective, or as anybody who would be careful with their information, like he's taken people who were otherwise like outside of their zealous white nationalist beliefs. He took people who were otherwise very rational people and very quiet people and made them full-on Alex Jones conspiracy theorists. Like, yo, if Donald Trump winks twice and says Whataburger, that means we're gonna full-on go to Virginia and raise some hell. You know what I mean? Like, it got like QAnon got out there, but it's specifically these tools that and if you watch things like the Tattered Map, we're slowly breaking down how we know our government uses that to control us. And Donald Trump used it, in my opinion, masterfully as a double agent.
Yes. Now, what are your thoughts on Joe Biden then?
I mean, other than being a walking Lunesta commercial, not a lot. I don't. He's fucking sleepy. He's quiet. He's an old war criminal. I don't like the way he was a politician ever. He's an old racist, in my opinion. I think he's still a racist because I don't think people that old fucking can change. And I just don't. Okay, I should express this. I don't think people that old of his class can fucking change or want to.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Why would he want to? Where is the need to change genuinely? You know. Old corn pop.
I think that what? Okay, the thing that doesn't make sense to me is what has he done for the U.S. ever?
No,
raise our gas prices, raise our tax, raise everything. So I mean,
no stimulus. Nope. No stimulus after Donald Trump proved to us that something like a UBI is possible. A universal base income. That's a socialist ideal. I am not normally for it, but this is post-COVID, and our country proved we could potentially do it.
Yeah,
and that was an incredibly socialist move under who? Donald Trump.
Well, Biden is quoted as saying, okay, at least on one occasion, that I hear all the time that he's quoted as saying when he was running, okay, when he's about to get elected, he's like, "Oh, nothing's going to change, though. Don't worry, nothing's going to change." To his donors, okay, and he let them all know, "Oh, don't worry, nothing's going to change.
Nothing's going to change."
And pretty much, he's been right.
Yeah, I mean, he is. I mean, well, other than like, I don't get a fucking stimulus check like I was. Like, that was sick as fuck. I think I ended up with a fucking, all in all, like 8-9 grand in stimulus checks through Trump. Not a fucking, I got a child tax credit because of Biden. Yeah. That's it. And I got to fill out new W-9s now for all my entertainment stuff. You know?
But now we're looking at,
oh, special guest, you missed so much shit. I wish you were here to chime in on. I didn't even keep notes. Fucking firearms. We're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse. We're talking about politics now, baby. We're getting political with it. Talking about how I think Trump is a crypto liberal.
Let me ask you guys this, okay? Especially since Special's here now. Going back to that QAnon waiting for the triumphant return of John, okay? Why would they be interested in that guy coming back who's obviously a Democrat?
John F. Kennedy Jr.? Oh, yeah, because of the proof that the administration hides people, that the Democrats are hiding people or they kill people. Keep in mind, John F. Kennedy to some right-wingers is an example of that administration is the administration that will fucking shoot their own president in the head. Like it's kind of a big whistleblow move. You know what I mean? Is what I would imagine is the significance of that. Like,
did you guys
I couldn't figure it out?
Did you guys get to the scene where he's crying yet, or no?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, wait.
Rittenhouse?
Rittenhouse?
Yeah, he started crying.
Oh, good lord.
No, yeah, he broke up on the stand. I mentioned that earlier. Yeah. He was breaking up on the stand.
Good. About that. Good.
They had to take a break because he lost his shit, yeah.
And everybody's saying PTSD. No, bro, because he knows what he did.
Yeah, I don't think PTSD. I'm sure he would even say that because that would bring him even closer to being the fucking veteran that he wants to be. But he's not.
Yeah.
He's not.
I would surmise that killing someone could give you PTSD though.
Yeah.
But it could. But
yeah.
I mean,
that's a big fucking deal.
Yeah. Special guests, don't rule it out yet, though. While that was a very bad move for the prosecution yesterday, we do still have the cross-examination of Kyle Rittenhouse today. But I will say, not going good. But as a sports fan, game's still on, baby.
I think it's funny. I think it's great. Like, the thing that blew my mind is that they called him to the stand today.
Yeah.
8 days later, 8 days in, you're already calling the dude into the stand.
I am surprised, yeah. At this early date, if they're gonna do it at all, you figure it'd be towards the end.
Yeah.
They feel they have to because of what happened with the last witness. I think they're having to play some cards a little early, and that's why the prosecution seems jumpy. Oh, here he is breaking down. Let me turn this up a little
Oh,
bit.
John Doe, we are all about.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Theories up in here.
He looks like he got his trust fund taken away.
He did. He basically, this dude probably, I wonder, like, even, whatever way this fucking goes, the lawyers are getting paid, so what does it matter?
Yeah. No, if your trust fund is wrapped in a Klan robe, I hope it gets fucking taken from you. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, the way the judge was telling them off today, it didn't look good for the prosecution, man. I mean, they got chewed out.
Now,
And,
this is where I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Was the judge paid? Because how defensive he is?
No, I think he's genuinely trying to see this thing through. I really think that's where the stress is coming from. Is he's tired of people towing the line. He's genuinely trying to see this thing through and it not be a mistrial. This seems like the stress of a judge who's like, I'm going to seem incompetent, you assholes, if you guys fucking make this a mistrial. I'm not trying to ruin my career. It's like,
he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it to turn into a circus like OJ too.
Exactly.
Oh, that is true. I think whatever happens, this I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly, special guest. That's exactly why they're doing it. Like I was saying, they're having to play their cards early, and the prosecution seems jumpy having to put him on trial or having to put him on stand this early. I don't think anybody was expecting a cross-examination this fast. I know I didn't even have time to make a thumbnail, so I don't know. I thought I'd have a whole 2 other days at least to make a thumbnail for this one. So I thought this would be like a Friday situation or Monday.
I'm waiting to see what happens when he comes back. They were just talking about the ammo that he was using. So are they going to come back to it? Or are they just going to fully forget of what they were talking about?
Sean thinks they purposely wanted to get a mistrial.
It's because the prosecution was trying to get a mistrial? Oh, so they can take it back, so they can stretch it out and then have another trial happen?
Yes.
They didn't worry. I agree with Jameson where the prosecution didn't worry enough about jury selection.
Yeah, where do they even get all these jurists from?
Yeah. I think a mistrial would mean they retry, right?
Yeah. They would have to go back into the court with a different judge.
Yeah, with a whole new
different jury. They basically start all over, John Doe.
Yeah.
That's what happened to the Menendez brothers. They had to be retried. I think it was a hung jury or it was a mistrial, but then they went back and did it again.
Yeah, that's exactly how that played. Yeah, see, I kind of agree with special guest, though. He says, I cannot imagine that the prosecution would fall on their swords career-wise over the case. I kind of agree with that.
I do.
Tactical move. I want to see what Jameson, if he's still here, I want to see what he thinks.
Yeah. It'd be different if it was like some old-ass attorney who's like on a walker and is like, I'm out of here anyway. I don't give a fuck about my career.
I'm about to retire anyway.
I'm retiring, motherfuckers. I'm out.
This one.
They call me Mistrial Mickey, baby, and I'm here to fuck it up.
Now the question is, if they go on mistrial and then they go on mistrial again, does this take it to the Supreme Court?
I don't think so. I think in some instances that would move to a higher court, but I think the higher court will decide who the next judge and shit is, right?
I don't think it did on the Menendez's.
Yeah, I think theirs just went to just a different county judge within the district, right?
Right.
But Kenosha only has one county, though.
Well, yeah, but they got multiple judges. They could also source a judge.
Oh, jeez.
Pull a
I'm
judge
learning all
in.
kinds of shit today.
And then we get a special guest judge, right? We gets the WWE intro, fucking.
But Sean, but if you see, Sean just said that it would take it to the Supreme Court.
Oh shit, man! Wouldn't it be some shit that?
Shit.
Oh, maybe it would.
I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, I think the Supreme Court would definitely have to rule how it's getting judged on next for sure. I think
Sean
that's
said they wouldn't get a
Jameson would
fresh
know more.
start.
Yeah.
What? Dude, imagine this fucking case goes to the Supreme Court. This would be so crazy.
Imagine it stays in fucking Wisconsin. Everyone's wearing cheese hats. The doors kick open. Boom. There's a smoke machine. There's laser lights. And it says, fresh from the motherfucking grave, it's Judge Ito. Special guest Judge Ito.
Celebrity guest.
But then let me ask you another question. If they were to take it to the Supreme Court, would his mother be prosecuted also?
They're gonna wait till the very end because Jameson was saying that if he gets convicted, it would be much easier to convict the mom. But like, say he for some reason gets off, they're not even gonna bother fucking with her. That's basically what I think, Jameson.
They're gonna have to implicate her in the prosecution's narrative first before they even consider that.
Yeah.
And so far, I haven't heard the prosecution bring that lady up, which does discourage me because I think that she needs to be, but
for what exactly?
Just being an old cunt. I don't know. Moonlighting for Voldemort, dude. I don't know. Whatever they can get her on, she's up to something. You don't look like the fucking psychic from Poltergeist and not be up to something.
I feel like his mother, the night before was like, "You should go."
Who said that?
Me.
Caroline. Sorry, go ahead.
What would his mom be prosecuted for? To bring him to the riots? No.
I mean, no, because he drove himself the second time, but he didn't have a license. Maybe.
I think she gave him some ammo, and I think that she tried to like tell him not to turn himself in.
Yeah.
She was going to help him go on the run or something to that effect.
Potentially helping being complicit in him fleeing the situation, which if that becomes relevant through the narrative, I think she'll face potential charges. Or, I mean, again, what I think the only thing I've seen the prosecution lay out is that she is guilty of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Because I believe it's their car. Yeah. But I think they've also established it wasn't their car that he drove. He drove a truck that was like the Homeboys or something, right?
Yeah, they tried to.
Yeah.
They've tried to paint a picture of him being this helpful young lad who actually let a lady hold his rifle while he treated another lady for a broken ankle. He's a pillar in society, man.
No, it was not a broken ankle. It was a sprained ankle.
He brought a first aid kit, John, so he was responsibly shooting people.
Yeah, see, nobody called the Paw Patrol. Nobody called the Paw Patrol to the riot. Like, nobody needs rescue bots, dude. What is happening? I can't. I can't.
At least he was prepared with the first aid kit. I mean, come on. Shit goes down.
Oh, if I saw my kid with a vest on like that, walking around with some boots on, boy, I'd probably, I don't know where the fuck you're going, but it's not happening. What? Pop that head to the ground, boy. No.
I'm just so confused on why a 17-year-old was carrying around an AR at a riot.
Because he's a mini. What was he? What is he called?
Call of Duty player?
He's a wannabe.
He was
he was like a junior sheriff or some shit.
Well, he was a firefighter cadet, and he was on the varsity narc squad or whatever. Yeah.
And he even told him. He said, "Yeah, I was a deputy cadet, and we weren't allowed to actually do anything."
They gave a bulletproof vest.
My favorite is just, again, the people defending him. Like, I've known this kid. Special guest. This is Jonathan. This is Comrade Sunshine. Sorry, we call him Comrade Sunshine. It's a long story, but we knew a kid just like Kyle Rittenhouse. I mean, just like him, or at least I told special guest story. I'm pretty sure special guest knew him. Kid he's wrong. It's just something wrong with him in the head. Like,
it's funny how he's sitting there and he looks like because of his fattish baby face, he looks like he's got on one of his dad's suits playing dress up.
Yeah.
He just doesn't look, he looks like he's like, 15 years old wearing one of his dad's suits.
He honestly, he's giving me high school flashbacks. Like he looks like someone I'm about to fuck up in debate club.
Well, funny, they show his mugshot, and he has this hairdo, and this is what struck me. I don't know if you all agree, but if you ever watch Shameless, okay, the son named Lip, okay, he looked.
They owe me royalties because of his arc, by the way. I don't know how they got so much fucking dirt on me, but they fucking owe me money.
They read your diaries.
They read my dirt, dude. I don't know. They owe me money. That's rude. I love that character.
What I noticed to myself as I watch this, you look at how he's presented in the courtroom, okay? And then anywhere you look where they show the actual mugshot when he was first busted, he suddenly has this curly head of hair, kind of, nice stuff. But he's got, this look on his face that makes him look a lot more imposing. Now you look at him in the courtroom, they've straightened his hair, they've given him a haircut, they put him in one of his dad's suits, and he looks respectable, supposedly. Yeah. I find that it's such show business. I mean,
I hope he gets Norm from Cheers fat when he gets older. That's off topic, but yeah, I hope that.
How does this kid goes to Arizona State? How the hell are you going to accept a fucking murderer to your college?
No, he's fucked. He's fucked. They're not going to. He's never going to be a cop. He's never going to actually be a firefighter. They're never going to let him in the military. He's high profile. Like, there's.
What if he's found innocent though?
Even then, I don't think they're going to fucking let him in anything. Like, I don't think
if he's found innocent, I'd give him probably 2-3 months, and someone's gonna find him.
Oh, he'll definitely get his ass jumped.
Yeah,
he's already having to live.
Yeah, but they said the same thing about that. Not to argue with you, but they said the same thing about that. What's his name? George, whoever shot that kid in Florida. Yeah. They said he was gonna. And actually, the only thing that's fucked him up after that trial was himself.
Yeah.
But he's kind of an old cat too, though. Again, I just think this kid's potentiality is fucking squashed for a certain amount of it. I mean, I hope he can use his platform for fucking good, but other than selling his rights to an evangelical Kevin Sorbo type film company, I don't know, like a direct-to-video company. I don't know.
Now I have a question: was Dominic ever brought in to the courthouse?
Yeah, I believe so. They're referencing Dominic a lot. The trial's actually back on. I should probably take it off of mute real quick. Hold up.
Yeah. Is Dominic the kid that was in the glasses, wearing the glasses?
Yes.
In the green shirt.
Yeah, he was already on the stand, and he had a lot of interesting shit to say, actually.
That's right.
Which guy is that again? I'm sorry.
Dominic is the kid's friend, and he has glasses, like square glasses. I think he was actually the first one to testify.
The kid that basically was going out with his sister. Good friend, man. 10 out of 10.
I don't know about
that. Yeah, I think the most damning piece of evidence, I think, our testimony was that guy who got half his arm blown off. But then I hear people that are watching this case, like reporters and things, are saying that it actually could have helped him because he can go with the attitude that he was defending himself, because the gun, you can't tell from the photograph that the guy's holding. It looks like it could be at his head, but it also looks like it could be to the side of him. Okay, it would have missed him. And so, I don't know whether that's going to help him or hurt him in the long run. That's just
this prosecutor's currently groveling, is how it feels. Explaining, like, I'm just trying to build my narrative, bitches.
John Doe said, really find this channel enjoyable. Thanks for the open dialogue. It's nice to hear opposing views in a non-confrontational way.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Fantasy Island.
I'm Ricardo Montalban. I am Khan. Would you imagine if he came back to be Khan again? Where is it like? It wasn't.
I am wearing my finest Corinthian leather.
Bro, this fucking judge is pissed. He's about
so.
to pop a blood vessel in his head.
He does.
See, now here's the problem, guys. I want to watch and share the show because you guys are like watching something with the family, okay? But at the same time, I've got my TV screen on. I'm doing everything with you guys on my phone, okay? This is first world problems, and I've got the TV on this David Pakman guy who's following it along because I like to hear any comments he has to say. But I don't know where we are now. I think this is going back to before they broke for lunch. And I'd really rather get up to date. So what site are you on, Murk?
No, we're back. We're back to we're on the ABC News live stream.
Okay, let me
it's pretty much after the lunch break.
Yeah.
Because the judge is pissed off that this dude is like hounding this kid.
Yeah, the defense is groveling hard.
Yeah.
Oh, so you mean he went off a second time, the judge?
Yeah.
He's going off right now.
Yeah, he's going off right now.
Oh, because the earlier one he was telling him, he goes, "Are we going to do this thing, or are we going to try to do this or that?" And he goes, "I won't have it," or something like that. And my head actually turned. I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
You know.
There better not be another.
They're going back to
well, hold on, he's back at it. I have to rewind a little bit. Yeah, he's been.
You can respond.
Wow.
When you say
what?
Good faith, I don't believe that. Okay. Let's proceed. Everybody in good faith. All right. Would you come up, please, Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do have.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Oh.
I do have another item that I want to raise.
He hates his fucking prosecutor.
And raise it with you. There was another ex motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January, in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says "free as fuck."
Whoa.
I would like to ask the defendant.
I remember that.
He posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public wearing that shirt. I do not intend to.
Yeah, that wasn't a good look for him.
No.
They were affiliated with or anything
What am I?
along
You
those
guys
lines.
see what I'm saying about pedestal, fucking privilege?
When the defendant goes to a bar after
Yeah.
a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that, I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case.
They'd bring it up in a fucking custody hearing. I'll tell you that much right now. Especially if it fucking wasn't a rich ass white boy. Anyway.
For example,
And on top of that, he was hanging out at that bar with his mother and a bunch of Proud Boy people.
Things that I think comes into play, because I think that behavior is not consistent with someone who has a regard for human life. The jury's already watched him break down on the stand with emotion. I'd like to probe how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you pose for selfies with people. When you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck.
Good mother right there. Let her kid drink at a bar after he killed two
I'm
people.
not going to talk about any of the people or who they were from.
And hang out with a bunch of activists.
So we won't see any of the people in the crowd. We'll just see the defendants.
If they don't let him ask this question, you know this is one-sided.
That's as far as I want to go.
Agreed.
Handle this issue.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after, I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However,
Hey, not to interrupt, I got a question. When they were arguing the other day, the attorneys, they were arguing about something or another, about like social platforms and whether something could be used off of a social platform. Do you guys recall that? I want to get some clarity on that.
Yes, they used it earlier on the Facebook post on the dude that got shot.
We never went there.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, sorry.
You're good.
He admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it. How they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door, and I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later. He talks about...
So this argument's about the selfies, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose.
Look at his face. Look at his face, dude.
4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result. One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention.
They're having to play their cards now.
To be famous. And he's reaped the benefits of that.
Listen, I understand what they're arguing about the selfies, but what is the prosecution's beef? What are they trying to say?
What? Oh, what? Oh, what he just said, that they're trying to establish that he's gained fame from it. And that was his plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing selfies. Yeah, it doesn't look good. No.
Yeah, that he's reaped the rewards of it. Yeah.
For exquisitely poor decision making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have, coming down in violation of the curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to be a police officer when he's not, confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those behaviors, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence, but it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making. And
when I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when
one-sided.
the shirt. Because
now you see, Attorney Jameson can correct me on this, but I learned from a freaking soap opera years ago. Okay, watching The Guiding Light. They were having a big court case because they do that from time to time when they need the ratings, right? Mm-hmm. So some of the main cast members are supposed to have been on trial for murder, okay? And they have all week long it's a courtroom scene,
mm-hmm.
and at some point somebody said something, and the prosecutor takes him to the back room, or the lawyers go into chambers to talk, and they're saying that they're pissed because, and I paraphrase, but because now, even though they've struck it from the testimony, okay.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta keep rolling on that. Keep in mind, I'm having to pause a live trial. People are tuning in to watch.
I'm sorry.
You're good. I'm gonna keep going.
But they just say you can't unring a bell. You can't unring a bell.
Yeah, very true.
So even if they can still, the jury heard him say this stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment, and we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question.
Wait, so exactly what are they waiting for?
And you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject.
Oh no, he's just they're just defense makes a motion for mistrial with prejudice. They're making a motion for mistrial, so they're sitting and discussing this. Why it could potentially go to mistrial. So we're kind of
And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it.
He's bought and paid for.
I don't think that I've ruled before. It's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose, but I am seeking to introduce it for a different purpose today.
And that request is denied.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to go?
Damn. Okay, so he denied the request for a mistrial. Thank fucking God. I want to see where this
Judge
goes.
Schroeder, they're really reading the riot act to Prosecutor Binger, who has been really skating on thin ice.
Do you think this case will be over today?
Lunch break,
no.
The prosecutor, in cross-examining the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, tried essentially to...
They got to give closing arguments.
To start considering the defendant had not spoken before.
I think
now,
maybe
there is
this
a
week.
constitutional right to remain silent, as anyone who has ever seen a police TV show or movie knows. And it is an ironclad part of that constitutional right that prosecutors are not allowed to comment and suggest to jurors that they should draw inferences from a defendant's silence. The judge exploded at the prosecutor, saying, don't get brazen with me. And in this conversation, this motion for mistrial, the defense said on that, near violation or violation of Kyle Rittenhouse's constitutional right, there should be a mistrial.
I think Jameson might have hopped over to the live
The judge is
feed
taking that
from
motion under
ABC
advisement.
News.
But in really a shocking moment here, when the prosecutor said, I thought this was something that we had discussed, and I didn't think you'd completely closed the door to the evidence that I wanted to bring in, some comments that Kyle Rittenhouse is alleged to have made. The judge said, and he said, the prosecutor said, I did it in good faith. And the judge said, I don't believe you. Translation, I think you're lying to me. And then he reemphasized it. He said, when you say you were acting on good faith, I don't believe you. That is, as we are awaiting the jury, that is more than a tongue lashing. That is bad place for any trial lawyer to be in. And it just shows how close this trial is to becoming a mistrial. Let's go back in there.
The objection to the last, so let's proceed.
Okay, he said, I think you're lying about what?
Like the good graces thing or whatever.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yeah, lying about acting in good faith in his
You
questioning.
testified earlier that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His T-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
Okay. When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time when he was threatening to cut people's hearts out.
And I don't need to know the threat, I just need to know which time it was.
Special
Was it
guest.
the first time or the second time?
Second time. The second
Kid
time.
does look like Bulk
What was
from
he
Power
wearing
Rangers.
The second time.
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
Okay. And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10, 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth?
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time, I took that as a threat to the group.
He just changed his story.
Can we have that photo, Exhibit 138 up on the screen, please?
Yeah, Jameson, get back in here.
Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So, Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat? Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
Okay. And
The fuck, we touched you emotionally? You
time,
fucking twat.
Did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
What up, Debbie?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
Every weapon known to man.
Time
Yeah.
were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I want to say I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property.
Never saw him in a house. Never saw him with a mouse.
The second threat
in a box with a box.
happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Lux.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on the map where the first threat occurred?
The first threat happened
Did he have
right
soup
here
for his
at
family?
in front of the building.
He might have been in that bag. Maybe the guy fucking shot at soup for his family.
Property along the building and Sheridan Road on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat.
I hate this kid's
within
voice.
An hour after that. Correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember. Like on the other side of the property, towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the CarSource property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe yourself as a pig-faced whore? Sorry.
Remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street CarSource?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street CarSource, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is,
Yeah, he's making me sick
how did you
too,
know it's the
Christy.
same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
His appearance, the shorts, his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt.
Is he being tried as an adult?
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
I
So
think.
you remember that from the second
Yes, he is.
time that you say he threatened you?
Yeah.
He turned to
And you
18
thought to
during
yourself, this is
the
the same
thing,
Yes.
I guess. So they're gonna trial him as an adult.
Word. Okay. Hey, you have a good one. Happy days.
So-
Thank you for tuning in.
When you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street CarSource, right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street CarSource, start running towards that lot, right?
Towards the fire that in the Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
Is his dad at the courthouse?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you
I
needed
think
to
so.
run because of the fire in the Duramax?
I would imagine both his parents are.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire.
I just keep seeing his mother. That's all I keep seeing.
Yeah.
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
Put it
We'll
out.
Get back to that in a second. You indicated that while you were at the 59th Street CarSource,
There's a fucking rescue bot.
you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that
I
right?
can't with this
Yes.
kid.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I just
did,
have one more
believe
question. I'll
that
be
was
quiet the rest. But
referring to the
is
Central High School.
where's
Okay,
the
so when
chain that this keeps talking about?
Where's
Like-
the what?
The chain that he was supposedly threatened with.
In the guy's, I think, right hand bag in his left hand.
Dude.
Yeah.
But there's no eye seeing to it, right?
There's just fuck. Kyle even just said like he was never threatened physically with the chain or the bag. He was never physically threatened at all. He was just, talked shit to and then was behind the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, see, the old bag they were talking to yesterday testified that that guy with his plastic bag threw something in her direction. She didn't know what it was, but then she started to feel the effects of tear gas.
Yeah, I doubt he had a Walmart bag full of tear gas. One of those fucking, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some white people call cops on a quinceanera talking about it's ISIS. Like, bitch, it's a quinceanera. Oh my god. But I'm gonna keep
She
going
described
and
it
see
as
what it's.
happening at the church. You think that was she was getting it confused?
Again, him saying he's gonna go put out a fire.
So, whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door?
Special
This
guest
kid's
here.
a fucking fireman, dude. They need to bring that to his attention. Not a fireman, you're not a police officer, you're not a fucking medic.
Why did you feel
I think he's going to.
that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
Fuck you.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
My dad lives in Kenosha.
Lots of people live in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
Okay. But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
To put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in
They were
our
white.
regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Normally, yes.
Where are we headed?
I think that the defendant's decisions to go off that property and involve himself in other matters are relevant, Your Honor.
Well, I'll let you pursue it, but
And that's exactly how these shootings happen. So,
well, that's what the trial is about.
which is why I
go
think it's
ahead.
relevant.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses on fire along 22nd Avenue. There's the car source, large-scale property fires on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
They need some better
Which
IT
is why
people,
you
dude. It
decided
takes
to
them
take
5
care of
minutes to
yourself.
just pull things
Correct.
off.
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do, correct?
To help people, yes.
Could you please move that microphone a little closer so we can make sure we hear everything you say? You can adjust it if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
Let me, permit me to interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are?
While he's gabbing about temperature to address special guest in the chat, it is somewhat relevant because the child's majority residence is taken into account legally, and that's done in custody court, and there is already a legal black and white, so there is kind of a precedent there. He can say, you didn't live there. You might visit there every other weekend, but that does not make you, there is no proof of you being an active member of that community. You're a minor too, so you are a member of your mother's community at your primary residence. That's probably why he brought that up. But I only know about that because of custody stuff. Like there's, I grew up from a split family with siblings and stuff, so.
Oh, they just took down the court. What?
Okay, I won't even ask the other side.
Did they just take down the case?
See you ice cubes, there's nothing to worry about.
Take down the tapes? What? We'll see.
It must be blowing differently here. Go ahead, Mr.
You came to Kenosha that night armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices that you could use to defend yourself that night, correct?
Yes.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say, in response to your attorney's question, that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So, based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters, protesters, demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one?
That threatened, yes.
That you saw?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 second and 22 minute and 14 second mark?
Oh, shit. This super fed looking hoe. I can't with this kid. I mean, I was there for grab a piece of motherfucking cake while we wait for these hoes to start back up.
Can you please play from this point?
And militia.
Oh, this is the tape everyone's talking about.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire. Just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man. Yeah, right? If 2020 was a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem. Yeah, it would just be stem and seed, man. Be right now. Hey.
He recorded or he live streamed the whole riots, and he's the dude that called.
Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, you're gonna there's way too many of them. agree with her.
Whoa.
The guy is losing his patience. He should go him out. Just say he's a loose cannon. Crowd burns you guys alive. Can't just keep it there. He's just trying to protect his property.
Whoa.
Do you think that looks like friction?
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree
What
with
were you
me
doing?
that it seems that the crowd was reacting to members of your group going out in the street and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
I don't think they were happy about it.
And in
Fuck.
fact,
This fucking
Kriston
kid.
Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
I believe so. I was just
People
going to
moved to
grab
the street.
garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that this was a crowd that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire, right?
Yes.
So what did you interpret that to mean?
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time. I just grabbed the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you light stuff on fire and I'm going to use my gun.
Your Honor, that's a total
I'll withdraw the question.
It doesn't matter what it seems to you.
Your Honor, I ask you not to ask the questions and then withdraw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it seems to you. You can ask your questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
Okay. So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, hey, I'm from the media. He was like, hey, do you want to do an interview?
And when you heard him ask you to do an interview, you didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, I'm going to interview, that he's from the media, right?
Yes.
And did he tell you he's from the Daily Caller?
He did not.
Okay. So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Correct.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16?
Looks like an extra from a
That one up
fucking
there?
frat boy movie.
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business. We saw burning last night, so what's up?
Your job, bitch. You. Look at him looking at himself like he's a hero. Bitch, you're not a hero.
And then what about these guys up on the roof? Gotcha.
Yeah, we're a junior militia. Don't let that scare
You
you.
have your AR-15 to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that you're going to run out there and treat anyone who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you're out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out a fire, who was trying to put out a fire, who got assaulted?
Word of
Yes.
special guest.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, that came, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd, you're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt that you were going to be in danger if you're out in a friendly, what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
I didn't say I didn't think they were hostile.
I agree
didn't
with that
think
special
they were
guest.
Hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
I need the gun because if I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Yeah, that's what he's
Exactly.
asking, asshole.
Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
Yes, you did.
I don't understand.
You just
You
said
said you were
on
bringing the gun
tape.
to protect yourself.
You thought it was dangerous.
So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation to where I would have to defend myself.
That's fair.
You said that the people around you on that property and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof.
We
to
got
watch
special
me,
guests.
and
That's what
if
they're doing with this
somebody was to attack
cross-examination.
me in
Is
their view, they could say,
speedily
"Hey, Kyle,
trying to
watch
build
out."
the narrative for the
They've
prosecution.
got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15s.
Can we play exhibit? This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis to follow you and Ryan Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want, I think you said on, when your attorney was asking you questions, that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
Yeah, I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play exhibit 17, please.
Is it just me, or does that prosecutor suck?
Yeah, he sucks. I agree with special guest and you. He sucks.
Like, bro.
He's amateurish at best.
Just asked you, so you're a certified EMT, and you said yes.
This kid might get off.
Yes.
Yeah, he really might.
Correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night. Correct?
This prosecutor
So
was
you lied to him.
forced to be a lawyer.
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
Please continue.
And do you work as an EMT normally? Thank you for your service. I appreciate your service.
Are they also charging him with
back up 10 seconds,
impersonation?
please. And then just pause right there.
No.
We just heard
They didn't let that go.
A voice say something to you, Mr. Balch, about people throwing rocks or something
What was
along
that?
those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property.
All right, I'll be right back.
And you
I'm
were
gonna leave
acting
this
like you were
rolling.
guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please. Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators. Your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through, I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
Can you re-ask your question? I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
If you're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch, you don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing rocks at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at us.
And to be accurate, they were throwing
the
at the
police.
Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Yeah.
But no one was throwing rocks at you, but you were kind of in the ricochet line of fire. It's fair to say?
Yeah.
So you wanted to let these people know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but...
I didn't say that. I said that you might appear to them.
Heck.
I mean, that was what you were worried about, right? When you said friendly? And I noticed you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you...
Yeah.
I'm trying to ask you.
Oh, shit.
When you are doing...
He's looking directly at Mr.
This is hurting my brain.
Yeah.
He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
I'll continue, Your Honor. You, at this very moment, announced yourself as friendly because you were worried that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
I can't tell you how I think they would see me, but I just told them I was friendly.
And I want to make sure you understand my question, because I was asking you what you thought when you said this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me. Isn't that true?
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the squad car, not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, 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 so that they wouldn't do anything to you.
I think somebody else on his prosecution team needs to take
Let's
over.
continue the video.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna get this thing fucking thrown out. I don't think that's his plan. I think he's just not the best. He must be young at it or something. I don't know. I really want Jameson's opinion on this prosecuting attorney, because it seems like Jameson would be very excited to have that guy as a prosecuting attorney. But Lux is home.
I mean, what is he doing? I do like his little swirl at the top of his head, though.
Person who comes up to you,
Jimmy Neutron style.
do you see that?
You want to pull up and watch some of this?
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder.
Yes, she does.
Yes. And he says something to you about something putting out fires.
Hi, Lux.
And you respond, they know.
Erica
They
says
know.
hello.
Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember the conversation, what it was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
Look, you're running around crazy,
We'll
woman.
get to that in a second. Let's
She
continue.
is.
So stinking cute.
Brian, can you continue?
Oh, running around crazy. Oh no, you're good. It's adorable.
It is adorable.
She
I
must
just
be on
love
a.
her.
She must be on a tight lunch break.
I'm just trying to sit down.
Oh.
There's the skateboard.
There's the skateboard.
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Should smell like medical weed. I would imagine it does. All over there, hard.
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the
Oh, he's asking if they need
59th
medical.
streetcar
They need
source,
help.
right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
Straight
I
up
don't
special
recall an
guest.
exact time, but somebody cut their finger open, and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
I don't recall.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, until you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and
Debbie.
Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue.
No one in the crowd.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, Mr. Yellow Pants. They were referring to Yellow Pants earlier. They probably said, "Get the fuck on, white boy."
This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street Car Source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. I know I heard Joanne Fiedler testify to that, but I don't remember seeing him at that location.
But he accuses you of that here.
He does.
And you tell him, basically, "Yeah, I did point the gun at you," right?
I shrugged it off and said, "Yeah, I did," sarcastically.
Exactly, special guest. That's
meaning
probably what I would
didn't,
fucking
but
ask
I
too.
just
Why do you
didn't
think
want
you're
a
fucking
confrontation, so I was
the
like,
Punisher,
I did,
dude?
and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
Exactly.
I didn't lie to him. I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, "Yeah, I did," those weren't true, were they?
Yeah, but it was sarcasm.
We're now fighting over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
Yeah, but this is a courtroom.
He's entitled to examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, "Yeah, I did," point a gun at you,
Just
that
a
wasn't true,
defense attorney
was
is
it?
pissed.
point a
Please see
gun
him
at him.
shaking his head in the corner.
So,
He is.
why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, "Yeah, I did," sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, "Yeah, I did."
I said sarcastically, "I did," and walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
A verbal
He's trying to specify
argument.
that inflection, but he's not taking it.
Mm-hmm.
This individual is clearly expressing
know.
to you that
Remember
he's
the
unhappy
words.
because he thought you pointed your gun at him, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that even before this, right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you've described as not having any friction, many of that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody actually was. I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Watching the videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that from that night?
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something like telling the people to stop pointing their lasers at people or something. I don't really remember that.
Ryan Balch was telling the people in your group to stop doing that.
The people on the roof.
Who were part of your group, right?
That were there, yes.
So, you know, when we're talking about laser pointers,
The people.
we're talking about
Yeah, the people in your
sight
group. Yeah,
at
the
the
people
end
that
of
you
some
fucking had
guns
on
that helps
fucking
almost
walkie-talkies like you were fucking in Call of Duty, dude.
If somebody does this at me,
Your Call of Duty squad. You know who we're fucking talking about.
it could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
And that's what the crowd was complaining about, right?
Yeah.
So you knew from that crowd incident, and you certainly knew from this incident, that when people have
Oh, you're
guns
good.
pointed at them, it can
'Cause you got
really
up early.
escalate the
It's
situation,
lunchtime.
correct?
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think.
Yeah, but let's go back to your group at 59th Street, because you actually didn't know any of those people other than Dominic and Nick Smith, right?
Yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for the first time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night?
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only
No,
spent,
here's these people who
what,
fuck with us.
10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So, again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Correct.
And you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic
Roof.
Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of
People
them
on the
before
roof.
that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on.
I misspoke their
Yeah,
names.
sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew. On
Kid
the
seems
roof.
tremendously
Other than that,
nervous.
You didn't know anyone else before this
Pretty
night.
glad he's nervous.
Correct.
He's still a
Now,
little boy.
when this little
Yeah.
interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still
Looking like
walking
an
with
extra
Ryan
from
Balch,
Porky's.
aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
When you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need
Please
to head back,
stop
right?
saying
Yes.
correct.
And
Yeah.
You also talked
It
to
gives
Ryan
off
Balch
real
about the fact that when you
varsity
get out into
narc
this
squad
crowd,
vibes.
keep your
I
mouth
don't like
shut.
this kid.
Don't antagonize him. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No.
I'm
we
not
didn't
mad
talk
at the
about that.
defense at the prosecuting
very
attorney's
moment, you're
fucking
telling us
drip. I
you've
won't lie,
lost track of
but
Ryan
you
Balch.
know,
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
that's a closer to
Let's continue the
Passover
video.
outfit. Just saying. Says the dude in all white linen. I'm fucking
Pause.
don't know what I'm talking about.
You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time,
Debbie
you
asks
don't
how
know
your
where
new job
Ryan
is
Balch
going.
correct?
Really
When I stopped and looked
interesting.
around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point,
It's really nice.
You go over to Ultimate
I'm
Gas.
within walking
and you
distance,
talk
so I get
some
to come
folks
home
over
for
there.
lunch.
Fair?
I walk
I
over
get
to
to
the
hang out
Ultimate
more.
gas station. I walk around and
One more time together.
I tried to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were.
Did you say south to 60th?
I said south of 60th.
Oh, okay.
Where you at, Arianthe?
Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with
We're doing
Richie
parent
McGinnis
shit.
where he
My
first
bad.
comes up to you and talks to you, right?
Roll later now.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you're standing there at the 59th Street property, aren't you?
I am.
And he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
Drinking
At that
game,
point,
take
the
a shot
police
every
had
time
already
he says
passed
correct.
with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a
The
line
hang
on
up.
60th and Sheriff.
She'll be around.
Not the
She's
experience.
They
The
pushed
doing
all the
something.
protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
Man the ship for
I
just a
don't
second.
know
I'm
if
gonna
I
grab
can
some tea.
honestly answer all of them. I don't know if I believe
I guess
there
I
are
could have
some
grabbed you
people
some.
Oh, I
still
forgot I needed it. I forgot I
north down
didn't need it.
Sheridan
Like that.
and in the put across the street.
So, were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group.
I feel like I haven't really been
dwindled quite a
around
bit.
very much,
Yes.
even though I'm just in the background.
So, after the police move everybody south of 60th,
I've been kind of busy.
there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did you see to the 59th Street car source property?
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source
I know.
after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
It's
Oh.
dope.
How many corn dogs do you want?
You overcooked mine a little bit.
I believe there were
That'll
some
be
across the
request.
street, but not many.
Anybody
I
else
can't
like their corn dogs
recall
overcooked a little
completely.
bit?
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how many people.
None of those people came across
Turn
the
the heat
street
up
to
on
the
that.
59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
20 degrees
So
higher
you
than the
didn't
box
see them
says.
come across the street.
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
Yeah, I don't.
I didn't see
just
anybody.
can't seem to get them
And your goal
the way that we
night,
like them because I don't like.
you took it upon
I
yourself
like
to
them
protect the
crispy, too.
59th Street
Oh,
property, correct?
The
Every time I
owners
eat them, I'm like,
asked.
why are they soft?
Asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself
Go
at
overcook
that
them
property
bitches.
to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
Oh, Erica.
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At
Oh,
that
yeah,
car
for
source
sure.
location, yes.
Okay.
It
So-
definitely helps to enjoy the
Why not
job
go
that
home
you're
at that point?
doing. I've had that experience actually lately.
Yeah. Just so nice.
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication
I
that
feel
they
like
were going to
Medea,
reverse and back up and move back
when
north
she looks
again
at-
that you saw, correct?
Maybelle,
they,
and she's like,
they did it
Does he
earlier
see
in
us?
the night where they
I
did
feel
the
like
same
an
thing.
adult
Right,
who's
but
watching
this is
one
at
of the Paw
11:30,
Patrol on
11:40.
Friday.
I see you. You
And
see
they've
me?
established
Yeah,
that.
like,
The police
I feel-
established that line, and as far as
Are
you
you
can tell, it's
fucking
going to stay
serious?
there, right?
I don't know.
And you talked
You were
about trying to
there.
provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other
How
than
old is he now?
So why not go home?
because I was
How do you
going to help people
gauge
with
the age
provide
of a
first aid and
potato?
medical assistance.
But that wasn't the reason you were there that
Just-
night. You were there that night to protect
Not
the
old
59th
enough.
Street
Not
car
old
source.
enough, yeah.
Not old.
It was one of the reasons I was
Even
there.
him sitting here having
Part
this
of my reasons
conversation
of being
with
there
this
was
lawyer.
to protect the car source
He's
properties.
overthinking everything everyone's
and
ever put
provide
in his
first aid
ear
and medical
about the
assistance.
experience of being
So
on
you
trial.
went out in the crowd, like we see in this video.
He does not know how to act.
looking
And honestly,
for anyone who
in
needed your
these
help.
situations where
If
it
somebody
is
asked
so
that if somebody said
such
they
a
need
touchy
help, I would
subject
help them.
and becomes like this,
Why go with Ryan Balch?
like
Because
you
you're
don't prepare someone
safer
for
and
that,
better in
especially
Paris
somebody
when
this young.
there's somebody else that's also
He's 18 now, but he was
So when you
17
cross
when the
60,
shit
if
went
you're worried
down.
about your safety.
Yeah, there's no
little
way.
bit.
He barely knows who his lawyer is.
Even though
Yeah,
you think
for
this
sure.
is not a hostile crowd,
For
that
sure,
you're there to
he's-
help them.
'cause I have a
you were still
16-year-old.
worried about your
It's on
safety.
his face.
That's why you needed
Like I was
Balch.
saying earlier, he should be
I
worrying
said
about,
I didn't
you know,
think they were hostile towards me. I didn't
Acne
say that
treatment.
they weren't.
acne
hostile
treatment in
crowd.
fucking high school.
College.
So let me
College.
rephrase my question. That's to take
Why are
that
you
into
even worried
account.
about your dad's sound?
Walking around with
You
that
didn't
kind
think
of
this was a
weapon
crowd
at
that
age?
was hostile to you personally?
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah,
And you
too
thought
much.
You were going to help him.
Who on what
But yet
planet?
you also felt
Well, he's Paw
you
Patrol,
needed
so
a
it's
backup,
cool.
An armed former Army infantryman.
Chase is on the case.
Yeah, yeah, Chase is on the
Yes.
case.
And yet when he's gone
Oh shit.
and you can't find him, you don't immediately go
Well, if
back.
it isn't PJ
right?
Mask, I
I
would
looked for him
say.
for a second, and then I think
I don't really know about that one. I
3
know the
minutes
name
and
of
then
it, but
tried
I
to
don't
go
know
back.
shit about that
And
one.
Oh,
when
my
you
son
couldn't
loves the
get
PJ
back
Masks.
straight across the police
What's the
lines,
deal with that?
did you
Just
decide
3 little superheroes. 3 little kid
to go around the
superheroes.
police lines? For example,
They fight crime
the
at
Ultimate
night.
Gas Station is here at 60th and Sheridan.
I'd be talking
their
shit on
PJs?
kid too. I'd be like, "What are you,
Down the street
Gecko?
here,
You got
go
them
this way
super
and
Gecko
around.
muscles, dude. What are you?"
I don't know.
Why didn't you go west over this
I
way?
can't. I
and go
can't
around?
with this kid.
I don't know. I guess it was
Jameson said
very close
earlier,
in
he was
time
like-
that I was heading
He was
back
like, I do not put it past this kid to
that
convene
I
again.
was turned down by
What
the
happened
police
to-
before I got the phone call from Dominic Black.
Oh, to do it again?
So I guess I didn't
To
have
kill another
really
person
think,
again,
like,
yeah.
Which ways I
Yeah,
could go
same.
around.
Well, especially if this
He,
piece
like-
of shit's ever allowed to be a cop.
Layout of downtown Kenosha, right?
He
'Cause
didn't,
you said you drove that area
you
the
know,
whole
like
time.
expand on that, but once he
right?
hops back on, I'm gonna ask him
Little
because
bit.
Well, this is the
yeah, he's
epitome.
so-
You go over to the Ultimate
Sorry.
gas station. And
But
you
this
spend
kid is
some
the
time
epitome
talking
of
with
fucking the
folks
kind of
that are
person I
there
don't want to be a
who
cop.
are similarly
Yeah, he's gonna be
dressed
like-
as you. They've got similar clothing,
Yeah,
similar
like
weapon,
what, power hungry?
things like
Yeah,
that.
I can already
With
tell
similar
what kind of
weapons,
cop
I
he
was-
would fucking be.
I don't-
Yeah,
I
he'll
wouldn't
do
say
fine in a
similarly
frat.
dressed.
But you went over there because
He'll
you
do
felt
fine
that those were people doing
with people
something
that are
similar to what
like-minded
you were
like
doing
him.
that night.
Yeah, exactly.
That
That's
that
why
would
I
be
don't
the
want
safest
him.
spot for me to go
Want those
Why did
cops
you think you'd
gone,
be
man.
safe with
That's
those people?
part of the problem.
because I was alone.
Is this kind of shit heel growing into sheriff shit
They
heel?
were, like I said, you're better in pairs, and I didn't want to be alone in
I
that
don't know. It's just
situation.
his age. Like,
You
That's
didn't
kinda
want
what I
to
was
be
trying to
alone
say
out here
earlier,
with this
too,
crowd that we
about,
see on the screen right now.
You know,
I did not
certain
want to be alone with them.
programs
You wanted
really
to
drill that
be
into kids
with
where
the
they're
group at
like,
Ultimate Gas
yeah,
that
you
had
may
AR-15s
consider
like
yourself
you.
a cadet, but we
Right?
consider you
I wanted
this, so you need
to
to act
be-
this way.
Yeah,
back
they're
at the
setting a
car church
moral
where there weren't
precedent
people around.
for people who will,
Right, and we talked
in the
about
future,
that,
be
but
in service,
initially
which is
you
why
go to
you will
Ultimate
meet the
Gas
occasional
until
like
it for
16-year-old
Ryan,
that's
yeah.
like,
But you also
you
talked
know,
to
why are you
people
trying to
who
work
had
at this
AR-15s
Wendy's? And he's like,
just
I'm
like
gonna
you,
be a Marine,
right?
and it's like, why are
I
you
would've
trying to
said
work
I
at this
talked to him. I
Wendy's?
asked- After the phone call, I asked the guy for a
Why?
ride if he was going to come with
That's
me.
cool, man. But why are you trying to
Well,
work?
that's
at
the other thing is that a lot of the time, and coming from a little bit of experience, not this kind of experience, but they even tell you, well, if somebody asks you what you are, yeah, you say you're a
play exhibit
firefighter.
Number 11.
Yeah.
Because that's how they
At-
like.
at
That,
the
I don't know
54
what that's
minute and
about.
30
Like I
second
don't know
mark.
why that's. Why are we suddenly trying to make kids feel like they're mature?
Well, it's not a sudden
for that,
thing. It's this
but-
is how you know,
But that
cultures
like
in the
I kind
English
of
feel
I
like-
see where his mindset is.
Yeah, yeah.
He's been told something. He's a child and malleable
This is
and
the
believed it.
Corey
Convinced he's
Elijah
right.
Mhm.
live stream.
Convinced
when
he's right.
in
No
the
telling him
Ultimate
otherwise.
Gas.
Are you a
Like,
firefighter? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fireman.
Yeah.
Even though my
And
badge is
usually
plastic.
people don't ask. And usually, if he's ever said that in a public setting, which I'm sure he has in a social setting,
You know him
Nobody's
and his stupid ass narc
Yes.
squad friends are fucking talking about how dope they are because they're little copies. They're little cop boys. I'm gonna be
Mr.
sheriff one
Rittenhouse,
day.
That's Ryan Balch standing there in the ultimate
Oh,
gas.
fucking not.
Correct?
Yes.
Let's play this video.
PJ Masks, we're on our way into the night to save the day. What's up? Damn straight, Mrs. Shoemaker.
See, Junior Police Academy in middle school.
Yeah. Yeah, she was.
yeah.
No, yeah, Angel was. She was in Narc Squad.
But I mean, it's not even just firefighting or police. I kind of gave that example earlier. Like, there were kids. I went to college in high school.
Oh, kids were like, I'm going to be an EMT, bitch.
Well, there were kids taking college credits in high school, and they drill it into you where they're like, well, if you're going to take college courses at the college, you're going to be a college kid, so make sure you remember that.
So for
oh, shit.
Yeah, like kind of
like
one of those
college,
things
you're an
where
adult.
like, yeah, you're an adult now. You need to make sure that you behave accordingly.
Have some decorum, motherfuckers.
Of this video.
Yeah.
During that entire time, right?
Even though everybody knows you're not actually a college kid. Everybody on that campus knows.
Yes.
And Ryan
Who else is showing up in a uniform?
Yeah. Special guest is like, which is how you know for sure you've got a true, legit, true TV wife.
Trying your best.
No, straight up. She'll break it down. The cops wouldn't do that.
Because you needed him to protect you?
Why? Because cops told me they wouldn't do that.
Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds
if you do this
start
task,
running,
that
he's
makes you that
standing right
task.
there, isn't he?
Yes, and I
like.
In school, yeah,
right
maybe they drill that in. Yeah, that
before
is.
I run with the fire extinguisher.
Yeah. They also drill into you in a weird way. Some kids, like,
I'm over
next
here
year's the
on the
first
phone
is
with
when
Dominic
life starts. So get it
How
out.
long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
When you're in a
about 30 seconds.
pedestal.
Okay, so before
They give
that,
you this, like,
you've been
next
looking
year's
for
when
Ryan
life
Balch.
starts. Credits start next year.
Before that, I tried to get back to the
Right, that too, special guest.
car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch.
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy, to protect you.
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come
Oh
along
yeah,
with
dude,
you, right?
absolutely
Yes,
special guest.
because
That's
you
yeah.
wanted
Well, that's
someone there
what your childhood
to
is.
protect you
And then when you get
go
old, you're like,
down.
fuck, I
Because
missed
all you
my
want to fucking
childhood.
do is grow up. You see all the cool shit adults get to do.
Yeah.
Because
And that's all you want to do is grow
that
up.
you're running into a
And then you
crowd
hate it.
that is
Yeah,
I was gonna say, little secret, it's not cool.
Yeah, and you even
And
tell
they'll
a kid
never-
that, they'll
little
never
kids will
believe
never
you.
believe you.
They'll never believe that shit.
Never believe
tell
you,
them
and
1,000
then,
times.
and then you have this conversation.
Yeah, no, you need to enjoy the moment, kid. You're a kid, and they're like, no, this breakup is the worst thing that's ever happened to me, and I'm gonna burn the world down. And it's like,
I'm
dude,
talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled at them.
you just enjoy the moment.
Yes, but
And no one in the crowd is yelling
They don't wanna hear
"Burn
that shit."
inside" or anything along those lines, are they?
not at that time.
And you also
Okay, but he's asking
wanted
about that
someone from
time.
that
So
group
answer
to come
about that
along with you
time.
when you're going to go down and put out a fire, because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction. Correct?
I didn't think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs. And
Alzheimer's?
I thought there were other people at that
18,
car
little
source
young, but
before
Alzheimer's.
I got there.
You think it's Alzheimer's? You think that's
Well,
why he
Dominic,
thought that
if you're
maybe
telling
his
us that
presence wouldn't
Dominic
incite
Black
a fucking
called
problem?
you to run 3 blocks
He's just in
down
Yankee
the
gear
road
at a
Because
Red
he's
Sox
been
bar.
given that good old boy
63rd Street
information.
car
You
source,
shouldn't feel
then
bad
you
about having a
must have
fucking
known at that
AR.
moment that there wasn't anyone else down there.
You should not feel like
Why
you
would
are
you need to
threatening
go?
anyone
Somebody's
by
already
only
down
dep-
there.
by
Mr.
only
Black
carrying
said to me
around
on
a
the
stupid
phone,
weapon like that to
"Hey,
protect yourself.
And looking
there's
like an
7
extra
fires
from
at the other
Porky's and
car
knowing
source.
it.
I need you to get down there.
It's
with
knowing
the
hard.
fires."
Oh,
It
it's
must
really
not
hard
have-
for
I
me to
don't
see
think
that, to see
I
that side
took
of
as
it,
There's not other people
because
down there.
just the
Why
sight
would you
of
need to go
that
3
kind of
blocks down
firearm that
if there were already people
just
there?
shouldn't really.
That-
Of course, somebody's gonna freak out about it. So people are gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
whether
are you
there are
doing?"
people there or not.
This is not.
He's told us
I
he
don't
thought
really
there
give a
were,
fuck
so I'm
how
probing the basis of
common
that
we're
and
trying
his
to make
understanding at
this.
the
It's
time.
not common.
No.
It's not common to
I'll
a
repeat the
to a
question.
point at all to
Why
even justify.
Would you
Certainly
need
not in
to run
Kenosha,
3 blocks
Wisconsin.
down to the 63rd
Certainly not in
source
Kenosha,
if you thought there were
Wisconsin.
already people there?
We're not talking about Harlem. We're not talking about Compton.
Yeah.
We're talking about anywhere in New
I thought
Jersey.
there were people
We're
there,
not talking
but,
about
like, Dominic
any.
asked me to
We're
go
not.
down
No,
there.
we're not
I
talking
thought
about
that was talking
Baltimore.
about the
Owning.
fires that were down
I'm
there.
not
We're
gonna
about
say
Kenosha,
anything-
Wisconsin.
I'm not going to say a word about
This video
actually
that we're
owning
watching
and the right of
is
owning
minutes
said firearm.
after you've
I'm
left
just
the
saying.
59th Street car source. right?
Yeah, if you're carrying a fucking AR
year-old.
from Tucson, downtown
Yeah.
Arizona, I'm gonna be a little questionable and not want to be around you.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting the fuck on. Like, I'm not. Yeah, you're definitely caused a panic.
Like,
Good
there's-
job, you did it. Like, you know,
The
that's
context
exactly why
of
people
that.
get concealed, is
Mhm.
so they can feel
At the
safe and
car
not freak
source.
everyone
At
out around
59th
them.
Street car source.
Like I
Everybody's still
you
back
know,
there.
there's some people who
Joanne
open
Fiedler,
carry too, but they're
Dustin
open carrying
Collette,
something fairly small,
Dominic
and it's a
Black,
discreet way of
Nick
open
Smith,
carrying.
Jason
You can open
Lenkowski,
carry in a fucking
anyone else.
disrespectful
They're all
way,
still there,
and by that I
right?
mean
At the
have it
location,
slung in
yes.
front of you.
None of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
With
The
straps,
other group that
90s
showed up after
straps.
we
Like,
got
I
the
get
90s
that. I
pictures
totally understand
with
the
the-
right. I
think
totally
I said 2 or
understand
3
that part
vans.
of
I
it.
believe they were still
But you
down there.
reserve your
And that
own
was 2 or 3
responsibility of
vans
knowing
of
how threatening you
people
look with
that
that
came out
motherfucker.
with what have been described
That's
as
well,
deadly
especially-
weapons, right?
especially
And that's
how he's up
something
there
they tell you that
Things like
anyway.
that. Do you recall
Hopefully,
that?
you
First
like,
of all,
I
do you
don't,
recall
I don't know
that
anything
testimony?
about
Yeah,
ammo,
you're
and I
gonna
don't know
look pretty
anything
fucking
about
threatening.
Those 2 or 3 vans.
this, and I don't know anything about that.
That's
Then why
not
the fuck do you have
I
that
do.
gun?
Do you
Because
remember
if you
seeing
don't
people
know
get
about
out
it,
of
you
those
shouldn't
vans?
have it.
Yes, like I saw.
Right?
Yeah, he's
I
lying
think
about
there's
knowing
6
about
people,
ammunition. He says special guest.
Come on.
This kid said earlier in
And you
his
saw
in
them
this
with
in this
weapons?
examination
I
that
saw
he
them
didn't
with- I saw
he doesn't know
them with
anything about
rifles. I don't
ammunition. He didn't
think
know
I
what he
remember
had. He didn't know
melee
what he had in the
weapons.
They
gun.
were armed.
He didn't
Or what
have-
kind of damage it would
And
cause.
you
what kind of damage it would
that they
cause,
were
the
gonna
difference
be
between different ammunitions. He doesn't know
protecting
that,
the
and that's
63rd Street car
bullshit.
source, correct?
That's bullshit.
So at this point in
Like,
time,
you have
had
to
anybody
assume
told
Yeah.
you
that responsibility and this
that
whole.
those folks had left?
It's not even really
the 63rd
pretending
Street
like
car
it
source?
doesn't exist,
No.
just pretending
So
that it
when you're
shouldn't be
running with
your
this fire
problem
extinguisher,
that other
you
people are
think
threatened
there's
by
already a
you
group
when you have such a
that's
giant
designated to that spot that's
firearm
still down
dangled
there,
in front of
right?
you and you've got this
Yes.
smug ass
So
look
again,
on your face like
why
you've been somewhere
do
or
you
something.
feel that you
Like,
needed to run 3
that
blocks
special
down
guest
the
that
fire
I
extinguisher
think that's
Yeah.
if you
really
thought
I
there
think
were
it's
already people
just
down there protecting that
harmful
property?
and it should be really obvious
Because
and that shouldn't be
Dominic
something
called
that
me
they
and asked
should
me
be
to
able
go
to
help
use
put out the
here.
fire down
And
there.
that shouldn't
And
be
in that
something
phone
that
call,
anybody
Dominic
should be
never
able
told
to
you
argue.
that any of the members
well,
of the
just because I'm
59th Street
holding it doesn't mean shit to you.
group that you
Well,
were
yeah,
part
it
of.
kind of
You never
does.
said any of them were down there
And
at 63rd.
if you're gonna,
Right?
Yeah.
you know,
And he
if
never
you're gonna
told you that the group that was
make the
supposed to be
choice
down there.
Yeah.
of willingly
He never told you anything about
acting
that.
like
They
that
were
in
there or
public,
not
then you
there.
also need to
He never mentioned
acknowledge
that. Fair?
the responsibility of
come up.
knowing you probably look like
And
that to
you-
people.
Yeah.
Asked
I will
the people-
address
Because
special
that-
guests.
that-
I will
at some
say
point-
anything that
to-
like a reactionarily
to come
built
with you,
group
right?
Yes.
You
of
were looking for
minorities
Ryan Balch for
reacting
backup,
is,
right?
I was looking around
in
for
my
him,
opinion,
yes.
completely
You had already
different than the
tried to go back to the
reactionary
59th Street
reactions
location, right?
of
Yes.
militia groups from
And
the
all
a
of those
majority fucking
Yes.
land holding
So then
trust
you decide
funding pork
to
pie
take it
crap.
upon yourself
Like I'll never
to
be
head down
on.
to 63rd
I'll
Street
never
to put out
equate the two
fires.
as the same.
Fair?
Those are
wouldn't
two very
say that. I
different
would say
movements. A
I want you to
reactionary
go
one as
put
opposed
down-
to
put-
a
put out the
one that's
fires that
functionally just a new spin on the
I was
plan.
there to do what-
Like,
but when
you
I
know,
say
are they
protect the
both
property, I
wrong
mean
in
by,
mob
like, put out
justice?
fires.
Yes.
So I went to
But
go
I'll
put out
never
the fires.
personally I'll
I
never
just believe
equate
there
the
were
two.
people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along.
Yes,
But yeah.
And
Why?
you brought your
You
AR.
brought your AR-15 along.
because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes,
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
yes.
And you can make a choice on your own.
And he just won't
whether or
admit that
not
he
to go
felt
armed
unsafe
with it
there,
or
and he
whether
knew
to
it was
give
a
to
fucking
the
agitated
person
situation.
who is
That's
the
why he was there to begin with,
lawful
because he
owner
knew
of
it was
on that
fucking.
date,
He knew he was
Dominic
prodding the
Black.
bear.
Correct?
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
take my rifle off there because there was nobody I could hand it to. And when I
Yeah,
took it off and
exactly.
handed it to
Special
Joanne
guests. They're kind of like the
Fiedler,
roof
I
Koreans.
was in a
They're like
safe
reactionary
spot in the
groups. I'll
corner of the
always kind of
building
like,
where
all right, yeah,
there were
you
people
get imitate yours and protect yours by whatever means, and if you have to imitate what the honkies are doing, then you got to imitate what the honkies are doing.
There was
That's warfare. That's how that works. The minority group didn't build that structure. The fucking majority they're fighting did. So
you still knew you had it strapped around your body.
That's exactly.
You made a
Exactly.
conscious decision to bring it
I know
along,
we see eye to eye on
right?
that.
Yes.
Why?
That's why I brought that up.
That's the answer.
He gave an answer about how he already had it, and we go through on that. So,
Did you hear the question?
I did, but I don't really understand.
Yo, shout out Rooftop Koreans. Protect your business that way, boy.
was it simply that
Middle of a
I've already got it
riot,
strapped on,
Rooftop
might as
Koreans
well
got
bring
up
it
there
along?
and
Is
we're
that what
like,
you're telling
no.
us? You decided to bring along the AR-15
Fucking
because,
silent
I've already got it?
snipers.
Is that
Just
your
took
answer?
people out trying to break their glass and shit.
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm gonna take my rifle off. I wouldn't have because there was people around that could have stolen my gun.
He doesn't even own a business.
I didn't
His grandpa don't own a business.
I didn't take my rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there. So that's why I brought it.
For protection?
Yes.
You brought it along down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself against someone else harming you, correct?
If that would have happened, I would have protected myself, but I didn't think I was going to be attacked and ambushed.
But you just said you had it for protection. What were you expecting you would need protection from?
Again, kids like this fuck up gun rights for people in the long run.
Much of this before?
Like, is what I think is also relevant about
on the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd Street car source. I have not asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead, but you need to pick up the pace somewhat.
When you decided to bring your AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location,
yeah, it's an American thing. Used to, you could stand on any coast or border in the U.S. and that's how you could tell you were here. People had guns. Like it.
You told us just now
you can't put a cork on it at this point.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
Yeah, because he's fucking wearing it.
Yeah.
He doesn't think he needs to fire it. There's not even really a reason there should be fucking bullets in that gun.
Yeah, he's letting it dangle
He just
between his
thinks
legs.
that nobody's gonna fuck with him because he has
Go
it.
ahead. Do you understand the question?
So that's what, like,
Not
it's
really.
just...
I asked you why you brought the gun. You said
He
you needed
won't.
it for protection.
He's
I said,
not going
protection
to
against
articulate
what? You
that
said you didn't
because
think you
he's not.
needed
He
protection.
is too nervous to understand what he's
Can you help
asking.
me
And
understand
then he poked and prodded
why you're
around
telling
and
us you
fucked
needed a
around
gun
with
for
people who
protection,
didn't want
but
his
you
help
didn't think you needed
enough
protection.
that
I brought the
they
gun
fucked
for
around.
my protection, but what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
So you, in this
yes,
video...
you did.
Right.
Yes, you did. That's why you brought it.
You run across the screen. Yes?
Yes.
And then I think you testified on direct that as you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you stopped running and you walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup.
Because he's fucking Paw Patrol. He was putting out
That
fires.
when you got down
He was out there being a
to
rescue
the 63rd
bot.
Street car source, you
Into the night to
indicated
save the
that
day.
You came upon
Yeah, he's
that
out there
vehicle
putting out
we've been
fucking
calling the
dumpster
Duramax.
fires
You know what vehicle I'm
that
talking
were
about?
that were so low priority the
And
fire
you
department
indicated
didn't
when
even
you
show
got
up.
there, you
But that's the
walked around that
justification
vehicle
for
and you
they're
saw a
not even
person
showing up.
that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
I
To
walked
help
up
protect
the
his
Duramax.
community.
Yes.
You didn't know
To
Joshua
protect
Zeminski's
some us
name at that
event
point,
because he's a little
correct?
fucking
No.
Hitler.
You
Like
hadn't taken any
he doesn't even live
notice
there.
of him
Like
at
it's his
all
dad's
up until
town.
that moment, all night long. Fair?
His dad's
Dude.
This is the first time that
This
you
case. Wait, are you on break
see
yet?
that this is a person.
Oh
that
no, not quite. But I mean,
comes
we
to
can
your attention.
chit chat. They're
Fair?
still
Yes.
they're deep into
And you said he had a gun
examination.
in his
So
hand.
Okay,
Yes.
well, they're
And
about.
you
They want
put
to
the
show
fire
drone
extinguisher
footage
down on the
of
ground.
the shooting, and
I dropped the
they
fire
want us to
extinguisher.
talk about it.
And then
oh, they're about to hit a
you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum
about to
coming
hit some
from
drone
behind you.
footage. Oh yeah, they
When
are.
I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr.
Yeah, I think of
turns
the
towards
shooting.
me, and he steps towards me. I drop the
It's
fire
something along the
extinguisher,
lines
step
of
back.
they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Finger was
Paw
talking
Patrol
see-
been cracking me up every time. It's true,
I
this
go
fucking
to run
idiot
back
ass
towards
kid.
59th Street.
Mr. Rosenbaum is
intelligence in them that allowed things.
And then
I got a little bit of echo from somebody.
That's when I noticed Mr. Rosenbaum
In
running
Discord.
at me, leaving me
Logarithms,
with
I don't
other-
understand it all either.
Mr. Zeminski in front of me with
And
the gun.
he uses
Mrs.
artificial.
Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people. There.
And then the chase happens. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything that you did?
Hey, your
when
TV's echoing
that
quite a
situation
bit.
just happened at the Duramax.
Yes.
Can we
master.
play the iPad, please? The iPad with the drone video. This is exhibit number 73. I don't know if what are you guys going to do?
Yeah, this is the drone video. Drone footage.
Okay. Is it on this one too? Okay. What happened to that TV? Mr. Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 73. This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south
here we
of
go.
63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
Homeboy's breaking down pinch and zoom.
And I'd like to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
What do you think? Perfect time for a break, don't you think? Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
You better not be on MURKradio if you're a juror.
Right, there's a break.
If you're a juror, get the fuck out now.
At least the porn doctor almost done.
Oh, hell yeah. It's break time, baby.
All right, Judge Bruce Schroeder there has just sent the jury out for their afternoon break during the cross-examination of the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. And it has been a painstaking effort by the prosecutor in this case, District Attorney Thomas Binger, to step Kyle Rittenhouse step by step through what he did. This is blockbuster testimony right now. The defendant.
Oh, he got the phone wallet.
Faces life imprisonment. 18-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand today to testify.
Oh, sorry. The judge has a phone wallet, and I don't know why that was juicy to me.
Before he fatally shot 2 men and wounded another.
But it's like, you know, he hits the hotel and is like, my card doesn't work for the door. And it's like, do you have a fucking phone wallet? And he's like, yes. Do you have an older phone? Well, yes. Well, stop doing that.
Once I take that
it's
step
frying
back,
your cards.
I look over my shoulder and Mr. Rosenbaum.
But it's the same
Mr.
age group that
Rosenbaum
hits you
was
with the.
now running from
they got a Yahoo email.
my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were.
Oh shit. Yeah, bans don't work. Special guests. Prohibition never works. Prohibition just makes things dangerous. Drunk people are gonna get drunk. Crazy people are gonna kill people.
That's what I.
No, it's okay to laugh. I don't like him. I do not like this kid. Not poor guy.
I'm sure he still doesn't like the fact that he experienced.
Would it be crazy if we saw like an aged up member of PJ Masks just on trial for whipping the shit out of that ninjarito? Ninjalino.
You could see the emotion that overcame him. Right around then, the judge
He
did
sent
call for a quick
Ninjalinos
break.
after me.
And when things resumed, Kyle Rittenhouse defended his actions that night, saying he didn't rush to turn himself into police that night.
Exactly,
because he,
special
didn't do
guest.
anything wrong.
That's what I try to propagate is a culture where we bash consequences. There's social consequences to being a fucking idiot, like on the varsity narc squad, taking your gun around your fucking neck out into a riot.
People were screaming,
Like,
and I just was trying to get to the police.
and more safety technology, yeah, but also a culture where we mock people who aren't doing it safely.
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
No.
And that's been Kyle Rittenhouse's claim throughout. Of course, this is a self-defense case. The other big moment in this case today, and it was fireworks. Judge Schroeder really just unloaded on Assistant District Attorney.
Oh, guys,
Thomas
this is one of my
Baker. We're
favorite
going to
moments.
go
Guys,
back
check
into
this
the
shit
trial
out. I know
right
they're going
now,
to show it.
and we're going to see what's going on in that courtroom.
Change the words in the book. All it does is make them easier to see. The pinch and zoom feature on the iPad or the iPhone or an Android phone, whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing. Now, if counsel has an expert who will say that this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those lines, even though this is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout the last 20 years, 10 years of our lives
He's having
here,
to defend pinch and zoom right now. God
this is a
damn
feature
it.
of everyday life in America now with smartphones.
Yeah.
If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on that screen, they can do that. We're still in their case. And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video or altering the image or unreliable.
Yeah,
or
they're really having this fucking conversation with this old ass judge because the defense was like, pinch and zoom, bullshit.
We're still in their case in chief.
Pinch and zoom, more like lies.
Frankly, understand or agree with anything counsel just
pinch
said.
and zoom, more like fake
phone.
news.
Probably you have too. I think this is something within everyone's common knowledge to pinch and zoom.
Yeah, this is absurd.
And that's what's going on here. It does not change the image in any way. It just.
No, it's just
Yeah.
absurd.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna-
it's just some
not
defense
even
being
gonna fucking
defense.
try that.
Then it's
Yeah.
enlarging the image.
We'll let
It is not
Jameson
altering
explain
the
how many
image.
feathers are in that pimp
What
hat of a
he's
defense
saying and
move.
think, and I know less
Busting
than
it up
anyone
because
in
of
the room
pinch
here,
and
I'm sure
zoom.
about all this stuff. But I'm hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is
I love
being
this
portrayed.
judge.
And
That's so funny.
You know what? I
Yeah.
myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware of the
Damn
fact
it.
that it is not the original image and the method by which it's been enhanced. You're suggesting that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it. My thought would be that actually you're the one who's offering the exhibit, so you should be in a position to offer evidence
There's your mom in the loop.
as
Yeah,
to the
they
fact
gave her
that it is
the
not
vet back
distorting
because they had to
the
recalculate
object which is
because
depicted.
it's a certified fan,
I
so
would
they
submit, Your
put
Honor,
too many
that I
miles
think
on it,
it's
so they had to
common
fix it
sense
for her.
to everyone in this room that that's
So
not what's
they
going
had
on
to
here.
keep
What counsel
it
is saying
for a
about
minute.
Apple software and logarithms and
Kids
things
is
like
dead
that
up until
is not something
They
that
poured concrete.
people in this room
Oh,
are
shit.
familiar with.
I thought I heard the
Look at you guys
expert
making
say
queen moves.
on the stand.
Oh, when
And
she
believe
gets
me, again,
installed for
this is not something
the
I'm
dog.
familiar with.
And
But I
apparently
thought I heard
there's
the
fucking
experts say
air
that you brought
conditioning
down
back there.
from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations
That's nice.
made by adding
The perfect
pixels.
pad.
Oh, here's the concrete.
That's an alteration of the image. So I don't have any problem with it being received, but you're going to have
She said
someone
this is the
testify that
garage.
it's a reliable.
Yeah, his house.
Oh,
don't
last
wanna
is the
say
porch.
mirror
This is the
image,
porch.
Yeah.
There's a
but,
big ass concrete porch.
Because obviously, if you insert more items into an area of space, it's going to distort what's depicted.
I think, Your Honor, when the
Yeah.
pinch and zoom maneuver is used on a screen, it actually, it almost,
Are those
it
together?
takes the high
Okay, good.
resolution that we see here and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
I don't. You know what? I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I said if you can offer somebody who's knowledgeable in these areas, the document or the
Can
I
we
think you
have
should be allowed to use the
An
image.
expert in
But
pinching and
this is high
zooming,
risk
please.
to me.
You fucking winding me up.
Don't
you
say
insert
shit
more
about it
data
unless you're gonna
into
provide me an expert.
An area of space. Well, you're
On
nagging-
pinching
wagging
and
your head
zooming.
no, Tell me where I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're
Because
doing that,
even though
John.
he's
I
in the
didn't say there
footage,
was
he
proof
might
of
not
it. I said
actually
you have
be
the
in the
burden of
footage.
proof. You're the proponent of the exhibit, and you need to tell me that it's reliable.
The exhibit's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not in evidence.
This is not enhancing.
Well, then why show it? I mean, the reason you want to show it is so because it
All right.
enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
Well, it doesn't change the pixel range.
Those are a little better. I just don't think these are
And
perfect.
photos. And
I think it might be the
them
oven.
zoomed in on them.
Because you have to put it in there long ways.
this trial.
So you gotta make
this
sure they're
is,
pushed to the back.
Again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert testified to about his software program
These also
was
aren't
that
the same
he
ones that we
uses,
had
I think he
last
called
time.
it MFAR5
So they're probably not
or something
crisp
like
in the
that.
way we
It was
expected
a software program he was
Because it might be
using
totally
to
different
create the
format.
additional images
MURKradio
exhibits
Corn Dog
that were
Review.
introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the
I'm just trying to figure out what's so weird about these.
ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor, and I want to be precise about this because I don't think it's fair to equate the technical video editing software used by the crime lab with pinching and zooming on an iPhone. They're different software programs, different procedures, and I don't
Special
think it's fair
guest,
to
I have a
extrapolate
pitch
every
for
one of
you
those
and
jurors is
Chief
familiar with
for
this
a
process.
show
This is
that I want to do
a
together.
fundamental part of our lives
Three of
nowadays.
us.
It's much like 100 years ago people used
Just
to
talking
magnifying
about
glasses.
culture
This is
today.
no different than that. And I think this is common knowledge, and I
got
don't
a
think I
pitch.
need any sort of expertise on this issue. If the defense wants to quibble with it, they have an expert who can offer testimony. But the exhibit's already in evidence. It would be no different than me printing off a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement. I mean,
That's a
we had
very
that coming
true
yesterday
special
with
guest.
Walgreens prints.
Our incarcerated population is about the amount of the people in the UK, right?
It doesn't change the pixels.
It's massive. It's a problem.
I don't want to hear about what happened
easy to get
earlier in the
arrested here.
trial that came in without objection. If you didn't object, then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass.
I mean, training?
I don't believe
Like,
that.
I swear, I feel like he's
Because
providing
if
a
I take,
workshop.
the image is the same,
on how
and all
to
it's doing is improving my poor old vision. Here,
You're supposed to object at the time if you have something to say.
I do believe the expert testified that he had inserted, or either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image.
It doesn't.
That
Different program, Your Honor.
well, I don't know what kind of a program. I don't care what kind of a program it is. The question is the image in its virginal state?
Exactly, special guest. He also doesn't know how lenses work. He's just got a magnifying glass, and his glass is like, oh, I'll enhance it myself, you fucks.
Can you slow down? Absolutely. Mr. Richards.
Oh my
has
god,
just
these
made
fucking
technical
kick-ass
representations
stenographers.
with no
Could
basis
you slow
in this
down?
record whatsoever.
You have one job,
He is
Becky.
questioning a common
You have
part
one
of
job.
life that we use,
That is
everyone
true.
uses
You have
every
one
single
job.
day.
Stenog.
The expert who testified was talking
I don't know
about
what
different software
you
program,
fucking.
and it does make a difference.
And
Then you're
Literally.
nobody's wearing masks.
Well,
So
you're the proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it
you
further.
should.
You're
I feel like she
the
should be able to
proponent,
hear reasonably okay.
And you
They're
need
6 feet in it.
to assure
Yeah.
Kinda.
me before I
Fucking
let the jury
Becky Stenog.
Fucking Becky Stenog.
Do it.
Just do it. You have one fucking
Speculate.
job.
You're not doing
One
it.
job.
that
And that's
it
fucking
is a reliable
Stenog. Now do
method
it.
that does not distort what is depicted.
I got arthritis. And I don't
Okay, so we're going to take a break.
Well, why are you
I
doing
understood you
it?
correctly.
Yeah,
We
lost
can
in
play it now,
semantics,
and
but
then
it
we'll
kind
tie
of
it up
starts to
later.
take away from.
I don't think that's what I said.
That's what I thought you said. So that's why I'm
Sorry, he
asking.
stood up. It freaked me out.
I didn't, if I said that, shame on me.
It takes away from the trial itself.
Yeah, I said
The jurors are going to get bored
that
hearing of all these
right now.
context shit. Just
And
get
I
on with the
said
information.
He just stands up like me and Arianthe's homie back in school, Matt, and just shits his pants.
It is going
They're
to
like,
have to be
recess,
shown
gavel,
demonstrated to me
gavel.
that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we would request an adjournment to do that now.
Fucking
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
big boy over here made a
Before I'm
poopy.
done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video.
That's what I don't
will
understand.
need some time to make arrangements for what you're asking. So I would ask that before I am.
I don't understand how you can make
I would
people
like
sit
time
through
to get
this
before I'm done
for like over a
cross-examining
month.
this witness, because this is an
They're not
important
working for a
exhibit that I
month.
intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends.
They're
Why
doing
don't
this.
you get on it right
Look
away
how
and,
hard they
maybe you
fucked
can get
this up.
somebody to testify on this within minutes. I don't know.
That defense
So,
attorney's
we'll take a
body
break.
language is defeated.
let's-
Defeated.
We can answer that question. Do you know? Not off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Well,
Look at the loopholes.
okay. Let's aim for 3:20 on that clock, which is. Right. Yeah, let's aim for 3:20.
What, 2:20 my time, our time?
Well, Judge
I about
Bruce Schroeder
transposed
there,
it wrong. It's 4:20.
Recess after a remarkable discussion on whether or not, and it's an important moment in this
2:20 our
trial,
time. I see
whether
what you
or
mean.
not the prosecution, which wants to show a videotape from a drone that is on an iPad, can pinch and zoom in for the jury so they
Somebody
can see
reference
what
a case where
the
that's
prosecutor
been
has
allowed or
already
some
suggested
shit,
in
or
line of
disallowed.
questioning Is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Anybody here
just
know
in the
where's
moments
Jameson?
before,
Jameson, can you pinch and zoom in court?
Shoots as he unloads his weapon against the first victim
Jameson,
in this
can you
case.
pinch and zoom? I know you're
And
probably
it
not
is-
done. I'm just kidding.
It sounds
Whoa.
trivial. It sounds obvious. We're all pinching and zooming.
Just
That's the
end the
prosecutor's
case.
point. But the
They
defense
fucked this up too much.
objects and
Yeah, they
says we
really do need to
changed the
just
image.
completely retry
The
this
judge
bitch.
seems a little stumped by that, and he needs some. He
They need
needs
to
some
completely
expert
retry it.
advice and expert testimony. He says to
I just,
reassure him that this
I can't
image
believe it.
remains in
Welcome
its
back,
virginal
everybody.
state, as he said.
Some of you
For more
filed it back
on
in.
this trial,
Jameson.
which having a huge day
Yeah,
in this
Jameson,
trial.
show back
I
up
wanna
and
bring
come in
trial
clutch. What you
attorney
think?
Walter Madison
The
from
jury had a break,
Akron,
so did we.
Ohio. Criminal defense attorney Michael Korobanix from New Jersey. Michael's
God.
also certified by
Do
the
our
Supreme
own
Court of
commentary
New
right
Jersey as
now,
a criminal
'cause
trial attorney. And welcome, gentlemen.
This
both.
some old gaga nonsense. Open the Discord up proper and shit. Man, I can't even with this one. Like, it's made me full basic bitch. Like, I can't even. I can't even. Oh. Man. I loved it too. We'll come in. I think you're fucking weak because you don't go to riots as a 17-year-old with an AR-15. Huh? Yeah, no one should do that. No one should do those things. Yeah, but when body cam's a part of the trial, it's allowed.
Pinch and zoom?
Pinch and zoom. I don't know why
Is that the
I
case?
don't even know why he brought it up, that defense attorney. He should have just done it anyway and seen if these hicks even fucking noticed.
I thought I wanted this. I don't.
What does the other corn dog?
Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
I'm full.
Oh.
I'm just having work anxiety.
Oh.
Or like my appetite just isn't the same during the day.
Yeah. You're on the roll. I feel you. Thank you for sharing the Discord. Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Anybody, hop in the Discord if you're new to the channel and you'd like to maybe come chime in. We've got an open Discord. We've been covering a live thing, so I've kind of had to shush the room a couple times. But my apologies. It's only because we're following live trending shit. Frequently
I wore
gets.
sweatpants to
Michael,
work, I
let me-
forgot.
I'm gonna jump back to the live business, see if we're back in trial nonsense. No, they're still talking about the trial. Oh yeah, the raffle for free merch. We're at like $6 to meet the goal, gang. $6 in super chats, and we'll draw a name from everybody. I write down everybody who is super chatted. We draw a name at random, and you get to pick anything from the merch store you want, and we send it your way.
We gotta get those other ones.
End the case already.
Oh yeah, we've already gotten the hopefully the check is on the way for the last super chat raffle. So we're gonna be sending that stuff out and changing up the merch store soon. So shout out everybody who's designed stuff for the merch store, and Oh shit, $5, baby. Oh wait, no, you just said dollar super chat to Andrew. I can't tell with this fucking thing sometimes. But $6, we're there. We're fucking getting close, baby. Once we hit 50. Oh yes, sir.
Call the judge and tell him to end the fucking case.
That dude, yeah, tell him, hey, you need to just get on. Like nobody is cool with your shit. Nobody, I don't know. The defense attorney, between him and this judge kind of losing his shit, and honestly by the end of it seeming pretty, podunk, it feels like half of the room fucked their careers up today.
Yeah, probably like 90% of them like missed work for this bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. The damn jurors, you gotta make them sit through this shit.
Yeah, they gotta sit here and watch these two fucking ruin their careers,
They're not doing
honestly.
nothing other than listening to y'all bicker about context.
And pinch and zoom. We're at the pinch and zoom.
No, they use pinch and zoom all the time in fucking body cams. What is the big deal about it now?
They do all the time. It's because that defense attorney was an idiot and brought it up. He's like, is it all right if we use the humble ability to pinch and zoom for everybody out there? It's just pinch and zoom, and everyone's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
They're more like, why did you say that? Why did you call it?
Why'd you even bring it up? Yeah. This is ending in a mistrial with prejudice, isn't it? It fucking might, EMP Tay. It might, Tay. It really might end in a fucking mistrial. Like, I kind of see that potentially happening. Shout out Twitch, just to let everybody know, we're trying to up our Twitch viewership so we can become affiliate. We also stream every episode of MURKradio and any open mic content on Twitch as well. And I do exclusive things on Twitch, so feel free to pop over. It's MURKradio on Twitch, capital Murk, lowercase radio. Oh man, and they're even bringing in Bald Dude. I wonder if he has anything. Court set to resume, but
It's got a sort of boundaries, but they change within the
oh
trial.
shit, we have
And
$4 to hit that
prosecutor made a
goal.
good point.
Erica
I'm a
just put
defense attorney.
fucking $2
But
more
your
dollars
good
in.
point was, Judge, you ruled
Shit, we're
up
almost
to this
there.
point.
Would you mind
Once
handing me
you
my
took the
notepad
stand,
and that pen over there,
stand,
Lux?
doors may have opened wider. So I don't think it's
Right
as clear
there.
cut.
And one of the standout moments today came
Oh, that's the
when
keyboard.
Judge
I'm blind as a bat.
really didn't really confront Thomas Binger, saying that he made a great
You see, the male lion is
violation of what we were
useless.
just talking about.
They have no
when
navigational
questioning
sense.
Rittenhouse's decision.
They
Yeah, there were these
don't
decisions
hunt.
remain silent,
They just
and
roar on a
pointed
rock
out
and bring
the
unwanted
fact
attention
that
to the
he
pride.
hadn't
find a
spoken,
sunbeam.
He hadn't told his version of the story. And the judge felt that was too close to
Have a good
constitutional
day.
line. So
Love you
let's go
too.
back and let's listen to that. This is the confrontation between the judge and the prosecutor.
Why would you think that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished
Shaking the finger,
when
dude.
you began your examination by commenting on the
Back to my
defendant's
super chat
post-arrest
raffle page.
silence. That's basic
got a lot of
law.
names
It's been
in this
basic
one.
law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that.
Well, Michael, there you have it. The judge clearly thinks it was Miranda. It was the constitutional right to remain silent. What'd you make of that brief exchange and this issue in general?
Just because
This case is annoying.
And that's why we have appellate courts. And,
Yeah, this
being
case
a
is
defense
crazy.
attorney,
Again, the fact
I'm
that
a
it's
former prosecutor as well. I think he could have
down to
spoken
pinch
better,
and zoom
saying,
now. It just
"You're
pisses me
testifying
off.
here today, and you've had the
Like
opportunity
endlessly.
to listen to other
Pinch and
witnesses."
zoom?
I think
Are you
that's where
fucking
he
winding me up?
so the jury
Like,
understands he is
are you
opposed to
serious right now? We don't. What? Like you said, we've seen pinch and zoom all the fucking time.
Exactly.
You know? I got to be in Wisconsin for this next week. I'm a U.S. Marshal. We're already prepping armored cars. It's going to be bad if he walks, says EMP Tay.
Yeah, I really called that.
Yeah. That's actually, yeah, that's what you were just saying, was that it's, and I think that's, a potential. It's a pretty big one.
There's a reason why I moved from Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's it like there? Is there systemic issues with the policing? Do you see racism, things like that? Have you you know?
I used to live in Wisconsin, then I moved down to Chicago, then I moved to Iowa, so I'm in Iowa now. But dude, it's corrupted there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a small city.
Everybody knows everybody. I know it feels like there's times where I can't tell what the fuck if Stephen Avery is guilty or innocent. My personal opinion, all I know is that the police seem fucking weird in Manitowoc County for sure. You know what I mean? Like there's certain areas that seem really fucking weird. Hey, what's up, Michelle? Welcome back, Michelle. You have some good news and some sad news. Oh, well, hit us with the good news. And then, yeah, hit us with the sad news. But we're here for you for both of them.
So, it's a corrupted state.
Yeah. Yeah. It is going to be a shit show, slugs, with the glitter graphics. I will have to say goodbye for a while, my loves. I will be going into the hospital soon. They are going to induce my labor. Michelle, we get a new Murky soon. They're going to... Oh, I'm so excited. They're going to induce you. Oh, Michelle, this is so dope. This is not a test. You're getting induced. It's happening. This is awesome. Man, I'm so excited. You guys, you're right around the corner from holding that little girl, man. Right around the corner. Ooh, you did it. You did it. Sounds like they're having to induce too, so you did a little extra. Oh, hey, we're gonna miss you too, but we'll be here. We ain't going anywhere. We'll be here, and we expect baby photos, Michelle. We expect to see this cute little dumpling. Everybody throw a heart or some love out for Michelle in the chat. About to give birth, man. Massive. Big life-changing things, man. I'll never forget the day my son was born. It changes you. Yeah. Yeah, you focus on you and that beautiful child, and we'll be right here. We'll be right here. Are they still covering things going on in this trial? Is that what they have, these specialists coming in?
Poor Kyle.
Yeah, I'm specialist to tell the judge exactly if it's safe or not. There's a feature.
People who would feel that that's not the same
Stupid, but
same presumption that others would enjoy.
the case is only going on for like 5 or 6.
Not long ago, there was a young Black
But
American
it's kind of ridiculous what's going on.
walking through
You're breaking up just a little bit there on me. What was that?
had a permit and a carry
Well,
permit just to see what would happen. It was a white neighborhood, and the police came down. He was down on the ground.
It's ridiculous what's going on.
Yeah.
The kid is guilty. Put his ass in jail.
Yes.
You don't even need a trial.
I think there's always a need for a trial, but again, I feel like the defense isn't bringing anything. I feel like the prosecution's not bringing enough. I feel like, or excuse me, I think the defense is bringing a lot.
Exactly.
We have a judge who's just kind of allowing like some pretty, I mean he's really stopping court a lot for some of these objections, which should just be like, he's dismissing them. So yeah, objection dismissed. But it's not happening quick. He's just kind of like, yeah, let's fucking him-ha about pinch and zoom for fucking 2 hours.
Well, the thing to me that makes no sense is why is so he stated in the beginning that some of the charges were not going to be talked about and they're going to be dropped, but I think every charge should be mandated on him.
Oh yeah, it should all be open.
Yeah.
Well, and it is curious that there's not open to the public charges being pressed or tried openly. It's weird. That is weird. But I will have to ask Jameson on that. I don't think that's necessarily uncommon.
But they're not putting what's the mandation? A curfew on him? He's 17.
He's 18. Well, he's 18 now.
But he was 17 and there was a curfew at 8 o'clock for this whole thing.
There sure was. Oh, they're not. Oh, I wonder if they are going to try him for the curfew violation. But I think I don't know how you would do that. Again, I need Jameson on that. He might actually come and clutch with some of the details on that.
But they stated that they weren't.
Oh, they weren't going to? Oh, prosecute. Oh, they're going to try him as an adult, so it doesn't give a fuck about they're not going to give a fuck about the curfew. Okay, well, in the scheme of things, it kind of makes sense to say fuck it. Fuck the
But
curfew
what else is he
violation.
not getting prosecuted for?
What else could he be prosecuted for?
No, what else is he not getting prosecuted for that people don't know about?
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Vigilantism. I mean, is that a fucking crime? Is there technically a fucking law? You know, curfew would only be like a $200 fine anyways. Says EMP Tay. Thank you, EMP. That's right. We have another. Thank you. A new Murky. Love you, EMP. That's Thank you. That is a good point. I didn't know that. I've never like been caught violating a curfew anywhere, so I don't even know what this shit's like. I don't know. You know.
But at the same time, he stated everybody was out, so why is it just me that? Why is it that I'm gonna get charged for it? Dude, you're fucking 17 with an AR walking around.
And you're the one that shot people. Like, we got you on camera shooting people. So, like, that's why. Did any of the other homies fucking fire on anybody? Like, did the rooftop homeboys who were supposed to be there fucking saying that they're like, did they help in any way? Did they actually shoot?
No.
See, this kid, that's why. It's because this kid got fucking, you know.
He got caught in 4K.
Yeah, you got caught. But man, I'm kind of, if I had to gamble money, I got a feeling maybe a mistrial with prejudice is going to happen at some point, just because of how defeated that defense attorney looks.
Yeah, but
not defense, that prosecuting attorney looks. Excuse me.
I think they already announced that they're not going to do it because they wanted it before he kept going.
Change occurs, of course, and the consciousness of the people in which the law is there to serve.
I just think the missteps are going to keep happening. They're going to give another reason for him to fucking push for a mistrial.
Exactly, but I don't know. I think this judge is too fucking into it. I don't think he's gonna do a mistrial without anybody else.
He does seem in it to win it, and genuinely doesn't want this to be the thing that fucks his career up.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And he seems to have been treated.
But at the same time, I feel like he's corrupted.
That's good. I'm not
Yeah. Oh, Guardy, Rambo complex, crossing state lines, and 17. Yeah. Yeah. That's a problem. Like, it fucking seems like a problem.
It's how it plays with our country right now, and the protestation and the disagreement and discord. All of it's relevant.
It is a long
All right,
journey,
they're back, so I'm gonna go. I'll be back after the next break.
Oh yeah.
Far too long. But let's come to you on this self-defense.
Here we go.
I do see the judge there back in court.
Nope.
Jury's coming in now, I'm told. And we will see the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, on the witness stand. And the prosecutor continuing the cross-examination.
Fly-ass chair. I will say that.
Although the judge had asked for some help in determining whether or not when you zoom in on an iPad, you change that image in a way that would not meet the standards of the rules of evidence. But it looks like they're going to proceed. Let's see here.
I know, Guardy. I don't know. I guess the clapping for the judge, I don't know. They're clapping for pinch and zoom technology? I don't know.
A man of his own mind, obviously. He has some very unorthodox ways in court, as we have seen. But people who prosecute in that region have said that if you get Judge Bruce Schroeder, and you're a defense lawyer, you're happy. Although he has been known to sentence defendants in unusual ways. Once sentencing a woman who was found guilty of shoplifting.
The iPhone 32.
Part of her sentence was that every store she would have to
pinch and zoom into the fractals of reality.
Tell the people in the store that she was guilty of shoplifting.
Untangle the web of life with pinch and zoom.
Being somewhat extra legal punishment. But you get that feeling. It's kind of a
and now I
judge.
enhance.
Michael, have you ever had judges who, they've been around so long, they do it their way.
Function.
Oh, absolutely. And it's funny because from a defense point, whenever they say you're happy as a defense, if you're a defense attorney, you're happy as your judge, us defense attorneys usually look at it, well, we just find them to be fair and not overreaching for the prosecution. Although this judge is a little bit, he goes by his own script, that's for sure.
Front centrally, we're going to watch exhibit number 82. This is a version of the drone footage that was introduced by our expert James Armstrong yesterday. And I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it when we move it, please. Oh, yeah, I'll turn them on.
Okay.
Are all the jurors able to see that okay? Both sides? Okay. Judge, may I use Sister Marciano's point, please? Thank you very much. As we play this video...
Oh, shit.
As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would... I'm going to direct your attention to this location, which is at the front end of the Duramax. There's an individual here on the sidewalk who is pushed or is in a wheelchair, and there's a little bit of a gap there between that individual and the Duramax.
See, it doesn't even feel like, I don't know.
Before we begin the video, Mr. Rittenhouse, are
It's
you
not even
able to
that
see this
crazy of
video
a
okay?
fucking street situation. This kid.
Please go ahead and play that.
Yeah, and like the people out there like, he felt in danger. Like, bitch, come on. Well, they just coincidentally had a drone going when this happened.
Could we please play that again? I'm going to have you pause at a moment right at the beginning.
Oh, shit.
Pause. Now, Mr. Rittenhouse, you told us earlier everything that you did when you first got to this location, correct?
Yes.
What you didn't tell us is that right here on the video, you have your gun raised, don't you?
Yeah, he does.
I can't see it.
Bitch, the glove don't fit.
This is a nice 4K TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you. Move it a little bit back.
Big ass TV,
Are you able to see that?
right
That's
up to that, those bulging fucking eyes.
I want to be able to play it for the defendant to be able to see it up close.
I understand. I'm just thinking if perhaps he could take the chair that the officer is in right now. And do you want to go over there as well?
Would you, would it be easier, Mr. Rittenhouse, if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Is that the same definition?
Well, you know, and you're using the pointer, so we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Mr. Rittenhouse to come stand closer to the TV?
As long as he doesn't.
Logistic. Now we got to plan the room for the TV. This fucking courtroom. Good God.
I'll move this back.
That is a nice ass TV though. I think. I don't know. Looks nice.
Don't watch that one. We can't see. Well.
All right, let's start the video.
Kyle Rittenhouse, mall cop. Less than rent-a-cop. Cadet rent-a-cop.
Pause.
Future mall security guard.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you just came into the screen, put the fire extinguisher down, and now you've got your weapon raised, don't you? Let's play it one more time. Pause. Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you've raised your weapon and pointed it at someone?
Sure. I don't know if you guys can see that shit. I'll zoom in enhance.
Let's play it one more time.
Your Honor, he's answered the question.
Well, he says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see. Go ahead.
Got it, kind of my pointer on it. I believe this is him over here they're talking about. Walks right here,
Pause.
points his gun up.
Pause the video.
Or is this him over here? Either way, gun pointed.
It doesn't look like I raised my rifle. It looks like my shoulder's up, but my rifle is pointed downward.
Thank you.
That's fair. If you follow that trajectory, I guess it does go down toward feet. At that particular freeze frame.
So your testimony today under oath is that you have no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is that right?
Yes.
You see yourself put the fire extinguisher down?
I see myself drop it, yes.
Let's play Exhibit 84 now, please. Go ahead and play. Pause. In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there's a point. Let's continue the video, please.
I'm running like.
All right, let's pause. Go back and start at the beginning again, please.
Serpentines through the car. From a. Well, you know he's unarmed because he just threw the shit he was holding at you.
Pause. You go back about half a second, please. Go back just a little bit more, please. Why don't you go back to the beginning, hit play, and I'll try and pause you a little bit better. Pause. There's a point where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air, correct?
I wouldn't say he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just threw his hands up.
He threw both of his hands up in the air, right?
Yes.
And you could see that he was unarmed, correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video.
I was about to say there is a moment there where Rittenhouse should have been able to tell that that Rosenbaum was unarmed.
Pause. Joseph Rosenbaum never touched you in any way during that incident, correct?
He touched my gun.
He didn't touch your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
He didn't have a gun on him?
No.
He didn't have a knife on him?
No.
He didn't have a chain on him?
No.
He didn't have a bat on him?
No.
He didn't have any weapon of any kind, correct?
Other than him grabbing my gun, no.
Well, he didn't have possession of that gun. You did, correct?
I was holding it, yes.
And it was strapped to your body, correct?
Yes.
At all times during this incident, you retained possession of your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit, I apologize, Brian, I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw? That was 84 just now, right? Okay, let's play 83, please. Mr. Rittenhouse, while you're watching this video, I'd like you to tell me if you see Mr. Rosenbaum jump up in the air with his hands up, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead and play. All right, pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please? And play again. Pause. Right before Mr. Rosenbaum disappears behind that car, did you see him jump up in the air with his hands out?
No, I saw him do something like this, like...
That was a reaction to you pointing the gun at him, correct?
Yes, but he kept running at me, so it didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit. He does this sort of jump with his hands in the air when you're pointing the gun at him, right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Okay. Now let's play Exhibit 86, please.
Deep congested breaths from this kid. Slight esophageal adjustment, like he's having a hard time not puking.
Go ahead. All right, pause it.
Esophageal?
Did you slow down?
Did I?
Throat.
Yeah.
I turned around, and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Yes.
You've characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But after the shooting, you run around those cars and head back towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They weren't there after I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
Yes, they weren't there anymore.
And you've heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
When he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His pelvis is broken, right?
I don't know.
But he's fallen to the ground, isn't he?
I saw him lunging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
Because he was trying to push it out of the way so you wouldn't shoot him.
Jackson Nichols for speculation.
Sustained. What was the risk to you of death or great bodily harm at the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let him get my gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything to you about taking your gun, did he?
He didn't say anything, but he tried to take my gun.
And whoever's got that gun is a threat to everyone else?
If he would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
Let's break that down. First of all, you had already prevented him from taking your gun by running away and doing that little dip and dodge that Mr. McGinnis talked about, right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could have turned back around like you did, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
To help retain it, yes.
And you have both hands on the gun, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything at all about wanting your gun. You never heard him say anything about that, correct?
I haven't.
You never said anything, he never said anything to you about using that gun at all, correct?
I don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking when he tried to grab my gun.
You just assumed that he was going to use it, that he was going to try and take it from you, first of all, and then you assumed he was going to try and use it on you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum get my gun, he would have killed me.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes, because he was chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No, I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Why'd you point it at him if you didn't have any intention of shooting?
He was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night.
He was knocking you down off your white fucking
want to
pedestal.
shoot him.
What it was. You didn't
But
fucking
you
like it.
understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed at him because he kept running at me, and I didn't want him to chase me.
But you understand how dangerous that is, don't you?
I pointed at him because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse. You understand...
Don't comment. Just ask your question.
You understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed, right?
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else, that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you, correct?
Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. He said he was going to kill me if he got me alone. I was alone.
Gary Oldman. The prosecutor looks like Gary Oldman.
I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
Did you hear my question?
Yes.
Yet you chose not to answer it.
Objection, Your Honor. He answered. He just didn't like the answer.
My question is, you understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone, it may make them feel like you're going to kill them, correct?
Calls for speculation. Relevant.
He asked if it would affect someone that way so as to perhaps deter the person.
Do you understand my question?
I do.
Can you please answer it?
I did. I said, Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have ran away instead of trying to take my gun from me. But he kept chasing me. It didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt like you were about to die, right?
Yes.
But when you point the gun at someone else, that's going to make them feel like they're about to die, right? That's what you wanted him to feel.
No.
You wanted him to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why you pointed the gun at him, right?
I pointed the gun at him to deter him from... I pointed the gun at him so he would stop chasing me. That's why I pointed the gun at him.
Because if you point the gun at him, you were hoping he would stop chasing you because he would get the message from you that if he keeps coming, you're going to kill him, right?
I didn't want to have to kill Mr. Rosenbaum.
That's not the question I asked.
Serving no legitimate purpose.
It seems argumentative, Mr. He said it serves no useful purpose. It's badgering. It does seem argumentative.
You intended,
straight up,
in
Guardy,
that sequence we just saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum in the middle of the parking lot, right?
I pointed at him so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
I'm going to interrupt here. The jury cannot see you.
I thought we moved it. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
The point I'm trying to get at, Mr. Rittenhouse, is that wasn't like an accidental turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave this around. You made an intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn and point the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
But he continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
It didn't work.
It didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
And even after you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continue to shoot 3 more times, right?
I continued to shoot until he was no longer a threat to me.
And then after that, you run around and he's lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you're a medic, correct?
I have first aid training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT. You told everyone that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right across the street from a hospital, isn't it?
Yes.
But your first thought was run away.
My first thought was to help him.
You didn't do anything to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, "Get him, get him, get him." And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing on me.
It's like barely a mob is the thing.
That a crowd would react that way when they just saw you shoot someone?
I don't know.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
Go ahead.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know whether he was dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I wanted to help Mr. Rosenbaum, and if the crowd wouldn't have started screaming to get him, get him, get him, I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum, but the crowd just started to chase me and scream at me.
Let's play, can we have Exhibit 14, please? At the 3-hour, 58-minute, and 45-second mark.
Ooh. So, girl, I'm not on trial. I didn't lose anything. Right, Erica? You want to fucking be out there acting like that? You can suck it the fuck up.
And blindside. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, it was white boys. That's Antifa, man. Hey, we got a gun, baby. Oh, they shoot. Yeah. Oh, he shot him.
Plus, after you fired your 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum, there were 3 more gunshots right after that, right?
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source, right alongside 63rd Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You didn't react at all to those gunshots, did you?
At that time, my audio was still going in and out partially.
Barry fired a loud
But again,
gun.
my question is, you didn't react at all to those, did you?
Not that I can see.
Okay, let's continue, please.
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man. He laid him out. He laid him out. He laid him out.
Pause. No one in that crowd yells, "Get him," or anything threatening towards you until after you start running away, right?
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
But you chose to call your best friend, right?
I called the first number of my phone.
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
I don't know.
And then you started running.
Yes.
And the first person you encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for
Yes,
15
Sergey, he's
minutes
gonna
that
yes,
night,
yes through this whole
yes.
shit.
And you told him
Take a shot
you
every time he
didn't
says correct.
shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 12?
Yeah, Jimmy Hoffa, I got a feeling he just might, or they might end up throwing out another mistrial thing, or I don't know. Let's hope.
While we're getting that ready,
Again, I'm always going to hold my
you
personal belief
talked
that he's
earlier
guilty
about
because I'm watching it
this
right now.
crowd
I just watched the instance from 3 different
and
angles.
what they were saying, and you felt
There's
like
about
they were coming
a
after you.
thousand other
You
things
had
he could have
time to
done.
stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time for that, didn't you?
For a second. I stopped for a second.
Let's play exhibit number 12, please.
So there was like 6 shots.
Back up 10 seconds, please. Go ahead. Pause. There are people in the crowd that are asking you why you just shot someone, right?
Yes.
And you told him he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
No.
You don't get to shoot someone else. You don't get to shoot someone else because someone else has a gun, right?
No.
But you told the crowd he had a gun, didn't you?
That's what I said.
And that wasn't true. Mr. Rosenbaum never had a gun, right?
He didn't have a gun.
Now, can we please play exhibit number 3 at the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 10 second mark?
Probably part of it, Erica. If I had to gamble, Erica, in the chat, I think that's definitely part of it. That's definitely part of it.
Exhibit 3. 3. One moment, please.
What, Erica? Oh yeah, I don't know. I think he thinks we're politically interested in this, like we as a community skew liberal or something. But
Facebook live stream that night.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not on trial. I'll still be doing the radio. I'll still be doing MURKradio tomorrow. The people who lost are the people who lost their lives.
You shot somebody? Who shot?
Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you
Hey,
were
no
going
worries,
to the police,
Squidwin.
right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Right, Erica? Like, we're not.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it
I
again,
vote
please.
opposition, so I don't.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Pause. Pause. Aren't your exact words, I'm going to the police, I did not shoot anyone?
That's what I remember from that night. But
Word, Squidwin. Welcome back.
watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true. You just had shot someone, correct?
I did.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
I was being chased by a mob, and I don't really remember that interaction very well.
Let's play Exhibit 5, please.
I don't believe that ass, yeah. I don't believe you. It looks like an extra from Porky's. I'm gonna keep saying it. 'Cause I still feel it. Every time I feel it, I'm gonna say it.
This is the BG on the scene.
He looks like the sad
video.
virgin in the
Go
frat.
ahead.
It's just the vibe I get. But, you know, I preheated the oven today. It didn't go out.
Pause. Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his
Exactly,
skateboard,
Squidwin.
correct?
Well, that's kind of what we have. We
You
can all
testified
disagree.
that
I probably
after
vote
a
for
few
somebody
more-
y'all would not
you
vote for.
felt
so.
lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told when your
Yeah,
attorney was
here-
asking you
here's Squidwin.
questions, correct?
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
I was hit to the point to where I stumbled.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded.
Right,
You remember
Arianthi, I
telling
don't
us
like
that?
this fucking
From getting
kid.
hit, yes.
I just don't like. He's junior.
You were
He's like
lightheaded
varsity narc
because you
squad is
had
my
been
thing.
running.
Like I just don't like this. I've
And you were being chased.
had a kid like this
That
on
was
my
why
crew
you were
before.
lightheaded.
Any new viewers?
Right?
And I just don't like the character type.
That and being hit, yes.
Well, thank you,
Let's
Squirrel.
continue. Pause. There is an individual who comes at you and jumps towards
He
you.
really might, Squirrel,
and
though.
attempts
He
to
really
kick
might get
you,
off.
Correct?
He does kick me, yes.
And you fire 2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets.
I hope
correct?
he means sick and
I
like we're dope.
For him.
I don't know. Ty took it.
Yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I don't know.
You intended to kill him with those shots, didn't you?
No.
I'm gonna
Did
pretend
you
he
even
did.
care whether or not those 2 rounds were going to kill him?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
In this moment, you're making a deliberate decision to pull the trigger twice, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident. That was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an
Yamanama.
AR-15 at close range
Yeah.
to this individual, correct?
Yes.
And you knew full well
I got a video to
that
send
if
you,
hit him
Erica.
with one or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
You'll laugh your ass
There's
off.
that possibility.
Hold on.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's
Go
a
ahead
pretty
and do that
strong
shit.
likelihood you're going to kill him?
I don't know if
Did that even factor into your mind at that point? Did you even care whether you were going to kill him or not?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody. I was being attacked. That's why I shot him.
I have my phone on
Oh, you
me.
shot at
I'll
him.
do it
You
in just a bit.
shot at
I'm not
him
going to
with the
forget.
intent
I'm going to
of
write down
hitting him and
Yamanama.
killing him, correct?
I didn't want to kill anybody.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
Because he's attacking me.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
he's stomping my face in. Jumping, kicking my
Right,
face
so
in.
girl, this is a
You
shit
didn't see any
prosecutor.
weapons
Shit
on that
prosecutor.
person, did you?
Like
No.
Wisconsin,
You didn't
I
see
don't
a
know what
gun?
happened in
No. You
Wisconsin.
didn't see a knife?
But this
No.
guy
You
about
didn't see a
caused the
bat
whole
or a club?
mistrial.
No.
Like
You didn't see a chain?
he's
No.
bringing up
All
shit that
he
was
uses
dismissed
is
from
one
court.
foot,
Like it's a whole.
correct?
He's been a problem
Yes.
this whole time.
Let's continue the video. Pause. You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and probably for the rest of that evening, you didn't know the name Anthony Huber, did you?
I did not.
Up until this moment in this evening, you had never had any interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you shoot him, he's got his skateboard in his hand?
Yes.
You didn't see.
Oh yeah,
any gun in
Squidward.
his
Jameson
hand?
would say
Correct.
the same thing. We
You
were
didn't see
talking
a
about
knife?
this at the top
No,
of the
you
show.
didn't see the
Looks like
skateboard.
Gary
That
Oldman.
he's hit me in the head with twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger
But not
at that
good.
moment. Your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Deliberate decision, correct? And you knew that you were going to fire that bullet right.
He was attacked.
The bullet was going to go right into his chest, didn't you?
That was the whole objection.
And you
Was he
still
said it
pulled the
just to
trigger,
get in the
didn't you?
jury's heads. And I thought it was kind of low. That's why the
Because
judge
you
also
intended
responded with
to
like, "I don't
kill
trust you to
Anthony
fucking
Huber
question."
at that moment, didn't you?
No.
Fucking above
What
board.
did you think was going to happen then? You got a gun that's aimed directly at his chest. You pull
I
the
mean,
trigger.
it
What did
definitely
you think
creates
was gonna
sympathy for Rittenhouse in the
If I didn't pull
Anglosphere
the
with
trigger,
people
I
who
thought
maybe
Mr.
feel,
Huber was
you
going
know,
to kill me.
Maybe I misphrased
Yeah.
my question. Let me try again. When you pull the trigger of the AR-15 and it is directly against
Anyone
Anthony
else lose
Huber's
my-
chest,
what?
did you think was going to happen
Did you lose
to
my
Anthony
audio?
Huber?
That he would no longer be a threat to my safety.
Because he'd be dead, right?
what?
Because he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Did you
Oh.
even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Huber lived and died?
Yes.
Not on my
Your
end.
only
We should
concern
be
in
all
that
right.
moment was your own safety, correct?
Yes.
Should hopefully be
The
back.
next shooting is of Gage Grosskreutz. We have stopped the video at a moment here when he is crouched in front of you with his hands in the air, correct?
Yes.
Your gun is pointed at him, isn't it?
It's pointed downward towards his feet.
It's pointed at his body, some part of his body, correct? Threat to you at
Come back.
Yes.
He's no
YouTube go. I'm
at
fine
this
on this
moment,
end.
is
I
he?
don't have any.
You were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand.
Weird,
correct?
AT.
Not until that moment.
Probably just because I'm entering the 5th hour too.
Correct?
Sometimes after
Yes.
4 hours,
And of
YouTube is
course,
like, "What the
that's
fuck
a
are you
handgun,
doing?"
Right?
Yes.
And you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And at this particular moment, he's not pointing his gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him, correct?
Lowering it, and he points his gun at me.
I understand, Mr. Rittenhouse,